challenge these opportunities. Thank you for trusting faithfully with your family. We'll take this step.
Okay. Jump it. Red. Wanaitwa wa Kenya Job. Hapa tunaenda hiyo ni Nyandeti tunaenda. Hello. Varia here.
Mzuri.
This is Mbaria.
Okay.
Yes. Here.
Yes, hello, Gatu.
Yes,
How are you doing?
I'm alright.
All right. I'm Ken.
I am Baria.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
It's not clear. I can't hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you clear.
Right now, as I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Has the meeting started?
Hmm?
Has the meeting
Pardon?
started?
I'm not sure. I also thought that you were to update me if the meeting has started.
I'm not sure. I can't get anybody else. It's just you.
Oh, then it means it hasn't started.
I can see 33 people have joined.
Salama sana.
I can see 33 people have joined.
Okay. Shall we begin? Inawekwa na nguvu hii. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello? Part of our participants are online, so it's important that we don't drag ourselves that much. But we want to start off. And the media, are you going to play for us the national anthem so that we start there? Natukae na udugu amani uhuru raha tupate na ustawi. Thank you very much. Let's have a prayer from Victoria Njichi, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, we thank you for the privilege to be gathered here at such a time as this, even as we launch this institute. We pray, Lord, that you be with us, and we pray for your favor, both nationally and internationally. We thank you, Lord, even as this institute is dedicated to the promotion of multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, and transdisciplinary approach to education and research. We pray that it will find favor before you. We pray that you'll bring on board dedicated men and women who have purpose to work with excellence. We pray that it will uplift the lives of many Kenyans and the other people across the globe. We thank you for the privilege that it will be based at our university. Thank you for each and everybody in management. We thank you for what a privilege you've given us to work in this institute. And we pray to be with us as we begin and as we proceed. In Jesus' name we pray with thanksgiving.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this occasion. This is a very important occasion that we have in this university. And I pray that all of us will take time to listen and to stay with us until the end. We are starting now, but let me warn you that we'll go on until around 8 p.m. So, kama hujazoea kukaa sana, unaweza simama, ukastretch, ukarudi, ukakaa tena, because we'll be here. But we also promise that we'll keep you entertained so that you don't get tired. So to open up, we want to start with a small session of entertainment from our students. So could they come in? Seraphine and her team, please come in so that you give us a skit or a dance. Tuchangamke kidogo. If you feel like dancing, you can stand and dance where you are. So our colleagues who are online, we take this opportunity to welcome you too. We pray and hope that you will feel at home wherever you are and enjoy the activity that we are going to have together. We are waiting for a team made up of our students who are coming to entertain us for a short while. Thank you.
Let me take your area, but in the area, cylinder, 20 kg, each one. When I feed the gas, I go right down in my stuff.
kumanazika kazi chaka na shiso sokan madarina bakyo mezi zile zo kutoa katrela vlorenge ukikana kujitepana machrana watakuchiza mache kubali kumanazika kazi chaka na shiso sokan madarina bakyo mezi zile zo kutoa katrela vlorenge ukikana kujitepana machrana watakuchiza mache
baby basi wine na jiggle hapa kwenye base nacheza na hiyo tempo lafu zungusha hiyo waist na venye umekam unafanya zina venye umekam unafanya zina doba ikidunga itatu bamba mbaya ebu zitoke usikate waya ukitucheki tuko maji mbaya alafu 4-3 tumekam na ubaya wana nicheki tukisere nikitingiza kitopa nidichekang na zingine tukisonga ni wile dele nimeshinda nikigodha niko na 4-3 na kadem na esa
kubalicho kumanazika kazi chaka na shiso sokan madarina bakyo mezi zile zo kutoa katrela vlorenge ukikana kujitepana machrana watakuchiza mache kubalicho kumanazika kazi chaka na shiso sokan madarina
makambo zali makambo
Mansaka kwani mansaka, mangazi kwani mangazi. Mansaka kwani mansaka, mangazi kwani mangazi. Mansaka kwani mansaka, mangazi kwani mangazi.
Thank you very much. Those are our students. They are showing you how fit they are. I'm sure most of us might go to hospital if you tried that. So don't try this at home. Not even in your bathroom. So let me say welcome again. And now I have the pleasure of inviting our DVC, ASA, Professor Godfrey Netondo, to come and give his remarks. And then we'll have Dr. Otieno come in to give us an introduction to the Institute. So welcome, Prof.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this auspicious occasion of the launch of the African Institute of Professional and Development Studies, which is a major milestone for University of Eldoret in general and the academic division in particular. This has come at the right time since university training and research is to a large extent transdisciplinary in approach. Indeed, many times strong partnerships are needed to take the idea forward. In so doing, there has been strong support at every stage from a wide range of stakeholders, including consultation with Committee of Deans, national and international scholars, and institutional partners. This comes as a realization that there are tremendous synergies and efficiencies to be gained by building a close assignment and connection between schools and faculty members and other relevant partners to foster research. So what does this institute mean to the University of Eldoret? It is important to recognize that research is an important part of learning and development. Indeed, the University of Eldoret identifies research as a very important element of scholarship. Furthermore, the institute places the University of Eldoret in a unique position to attract researchers for collaboration and facilitate opportunity for responsible research. The institute will play this role quite effectively because it will be easy to identify individuals with their professional learning leaning to participate in research teams. As our colleague, Dr. Otieno, will expound on this in a short while, you will realize how privileged we are in this institution as part of the UOA academic and research centers. A tremendous amount of work has gone on behind the scenes to plan and organize the launch of this institute. This would not have been possible without the team effort of a number of people. However, allow me to recognize one man, Dr. Otieno Ongayo, also known as Anthony, who is a visiting University of Eldoret scholar, whose dedication, hard work, was the driving force in making the institute a reality. He worked tirelessly to ensure that all is in place for the launch today. My sincere thanks to him, together with other members of the launch team. I also want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Vice Chancellor, Professor William Kimeli Cheriot, for the vision, energy, and zeal he has pursued this idea of establishing this particular institute at the University of Eldoret. Thank you. I want to now hand over to Dr. Otieno, to you, for more about the African Institute for Professional and Development Studies. Thank you, and welcome, Dr. Otieno.
As Dr. Otieno comes, I would like to acknowledge the presence of the following people online. These are people whom we have engaged with, and they accepted to come and join us. There's Dr. Rahab Njeri, who is a historian, a decolonial scholar, and a community activist from the University of Cologne in Germany. She is online and listening to us. Then we have Ms. Odelia Okonga, who is the founder of the International African School in the Netherlands. She's also with us online. Then, of course, we have our own Professor Miriam Kenywa. She was not able to be here physically, so she's also online. She's going to say one or two things. Then we have Dr. Elizabeth Ngutuku, who is in an institute called Feroz Lalji for Africa. And then lastly, but not least, we have Dr. Anyisile Litfield Shabalala, who is the continental chairperson of African Parliamentary Network on Illicit Financial Flows. She is also with us online. So we welcome all of them who are online, and we pray that they are going to enjoy their time together with us. So Dr. Otieno, please come and introduce the Institute. Thank you.
afternoon, everyone. You're most welcome to the University of Eldoret. Although I might not be the person to welcome you here, by virtue of being an African and a Kenyan, you're welcome home. Most of us in the diaspora, but also those who are in Kenya in different locations, you're most welcome. We're in one part of Kenya, and for a reason. And I'm glad that you are here to be with us this afternoon because something special is happening and something about education. So I'm asked to say something about the Institute. I was invited by one of us here, the Vice Chancellor, whom I met in other spaces. And something clicked when he talked about the need for a kind of education and research that makes a difference. Those two words touch me very much based on my experience in other parts of the world, where the question of Africa is very problematic. The African humanity is very contested. The African life is very much devalued. The treatment of an African is very much inhuman. Everything African is very problematic, not according to us, but according to other people that have interacted with Africa. Historically, contemporary times, but also probably in the future. Now, when we ask to rethink how we look at education and research, the VC had a vision. He informed me and some of my colleagues, some African scholars and professionals in the diaspora, to think through with him and later consult also with people at the university. How can we make a difference through education in this university? The first point was, what approach do we adopt? And we took a decolonial approach. That's a very sensitive concept or idea or a word, especially if we speak about it in other spaces where non-Africans are. But Africans can also have a problem with it because it is a yoke that is on our necks every day in our lives. But there was a need to rethink that. Decolonizing from what? And because the VC talked about education and research, quickly based on my work and other people's experiences, we talk about epistemic decolonization. That is decolonizing the way we do knowledge production and dissemination. So the Institute, actually, the philosophy is informed by that thinking. How can we do research and education from our own perspectives as Africans, well-grounded in our way of thinking, our values, which are also valid, and also our own humanity, because we are not part of humanity by accident. We are rightfully part of humanity. But that's what we have to trigger or incite each other to talk about, especially when we talk about knowledge production. So the Institute has a philosophy which is based on the idea of responsiveness, transformation, and transcendence. When I visited in July, the first time in Eldoret, I read some documents, and one of them was being responsive. I saw it one of the values. But I was told later on it was about being responsive in service. But I reconceptualized it to talk about being responsive in relation to what we are observing and experiencing as researchers and as students. And whatever we respond to in terms of education and research should be transformative. So transformation is very central to the theme of the Institute as a philosophy, but it maybe speak to everyone in all our schools, all our fields of study, that what does our education and research do to ourselves and to our society? An impact in society very central to the theme, the values of this university, and I think the Institute reinforces that. And the other element is transcendence. It is a notion that I brought in to say that, but if we work with others, we have to rethink our way of looking at things in a way that transcends the boundaries that divides us, either according to disciplines, our value systems, our faith, our backgrounds, regional dimensions to our differences, historical contemporary times, and also the future, as well as what is, I would call, intergenerational, now that we talk about Gen Z. They are not here by coincidence. There's a reality to it. The question is how to address that in our research and education. And with that, we responded to the call that the VC asked us, how do we strengthen education and research in this university? Support, facilitate, and work together with those who are already grounding the work here. So our framework was to lay the grounds of a framework to lay the ground for transdisciplinary research here, where we bring all elements together. And with that, we came up with four objectives. One is to give up the framework, the structure which gives possibilities, where all disciplines can come together. And the second point is to have a space, an academic space, including mental space, because we are talking about decolonizing the mind, where we can start to have space for ideas of different people. We take our education from a Western notion of how to know things, in which the Western-centric way of looking at knowledge is the dominant narrative. Hence, other ways of thinking doesn't count. But if we create a space in our university here where different ideas have got space, actually we can start to generate things. We can be innovative and do other things that we are asked from the values of the university. And the third point is collaboration. From working together, sharing these ideas, exchanging ideas, we can come up with interesting ideas which generate projects, research projects, which can plow into education, and also impactful in research that is impactful in society. And the fourth component, or the fourth objective, was to do these things, we need to function in a structure or in some spaces. So the institutional dimension to these relations are very important. So partnerships, linkages are very important for that. And to that end, we are thinking of University of Eldoret working together with others within Kenya, within Africa, and across the globe. Because one of the mandate and the visions of this university is to train or nurture global leaders and innovators. But our everyday life is also very global. What happens elsewhere affects us here every day. But the question is, how are we affecting the world out there? So these linkages are part of those processes. And lastly, we came up with 3 pillars to address that. So one pillar is education and research. Second one is training and professional courses. And the third component is exchange programs, where our students and our researchers can work together with others, in which we mobilize resources for research, we do skills training, we give possibilities, and the courses that we design here can be part of the linkage with other places elsewhere. And lastly, partnerships are very important, and networks, and that is something that we seek to leverage on in order to open up possibilities for students here. And an example of that, the German language is coming up within the framework of the skills labor migration, and that is a pillar of the institute that is coming out very handy and speaks to the notion of University of Eldoret nurturing global leaders and innovators who can make a difference. I welcome you to this journey of epistemic decolonization, and thank you for coming this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Now we have an idea of what kind of institute we are thinking about from our first 2 speakers. And now I have the pleasure of inviting our VC to come and connect this virtual idea. It is virtual because it is still in the air, and what we have here and what he's going to do to make us realize this as fast as possible. So, Mr. VC, karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Professor Chodo, who is coordinating this event. I want to recognize all the deans, DVCs who are here, all the professors, academic staff, our brother from DVC, Kaimos University, Friends University, for joining us. Also, I want to recognize also those colleagues of ours online. We've walked a journey together. This institute, as you've heard, started as a dream of having an African Center of Excellence that deals with education and research, training and professional studies, and exchange programs. Those are the three pillars that the Institute looks at. And of course, this is in line with the transformation and repositioning agenda of the University of Eldoret that began 1.5 years ago. We've managed to have this institute in an important role of nurturing leaders and innovators in a globalized world. We want to nurture, we want to grow, we want to develop these leaders to be able to understand our context and work, do research, and experience Africa from the original, undiluted perspective. Therefore, this institute, if you look at it very critically, it is also in line with the mission of the university, which is to provide quality education, training, research, and entrepreneurship in science, agriculture, engineering, technology, and the arts to meet the needs and aspirations of a dynamic society. So we are transcendent in the sense that all the areas of that is important are captured in this institute. This institute is going to integrate our research and integrate all our developmental perspectives into, a unified approach. And that is why its mission is education and research that is student-centered and responsive to needs in industry, research, and community through quality education. And therefore, this institute's role, what is it supposed to achieve? First of all, strengthening education, research, training, and professional development and exchange programs. It's supposed to strengthen what we already have so that we are able to have strong research perspectives, strong educational and training perspectives, and exchange programs across the globe so that our students and staff are able to move in the mobility programs that we are going to work with our partners, and also to strengthen the ones that we already have. It will also be facilitative in the sense that these frameworks in various fields of studies, including the arts, humanities, social sciences, and natural sciences, will be able to work together in a collaborative way to be able to enhance the quality, the scope, the reach, and also the value and impact of what we do in terms of research and training. So in this way, therefore, the Institute is able to focus on those 4 areas, which are about resourcing for knowledge through innovation and strategic partnership. And therefore, that's why we are working with our partners all over the world to be able to resource, to be able to make innovation possible, and also through strategic partnerships. We also intend to have impact, visibility, by collaborating and working together with our partners. We also intend to engage in institutional strengthening and expansion. This is when we come together as people in the world, we are able to do much better than when we are working in silos. And therefore, this institute brings together a wealth of experience and connections, partnerships, and various professionals who are able to work together and make an impactful voice, able to provide scientific value that will make a difference. It will bring networks. It will bring collaborative research perspectives. It will bring academic exchange in terms of staff and students. It will engage in capacity development and strengthening, and it will create enormous opportunities for all of us. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very, very pleased that we are unveiling this institute and we are launching this institute. Very proud that all our partners will join us to have an institute for Africa, about Africa, and in Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, VC. Now we have the connection very well. Our media team, we want to now go virtual. And the next speaker is Professor Jackson Toh. He's the Director of Research at the Commission for University Education. Dr. Toh, rather Professor Toh, is going to talk about the implication of digitization and technology on transdisciplinary research, instructional media, pedagogy, and knowledge production in universities in Kenya. So you can see that's a very topical issue that he's going to tackle that is pertinent to this particular institute. So, media, please. Can we go on? Increase the volume kidogo. Tunamsikia lakini mbali sana. Still not good enough. Our media maybe raise the volume. I don't know whether your presentation is about a mountain, but I can see something. I can see something, but media, please. There. Now you're here, Prof. Go on. Raise the volume kidogo, bado. Yeah, I've already told him. We are seeing you, Prof, but it is volume. I don't know whether it is your side that is low. Okay, we will also make ours maximum soon. Yes, thank you.
institutional barriers. So technology has been disciplinary research. We are talking about implications of digitization and technology on transdisciplinary research, instructional media, pedagogy, and knowledge production in Africa. So we are saying that first, let me say something about transdisciplinarity. That we are currently living in a world that is so much interconnected and interdependent. We are no longer existing in silos or existing in a compartmentalized world. Those of you who might have had a background in education and the theory and the systems theory will remember the father of systems theory, that HIV was a medical issue and that medics were the only people that would manage it. But remember that later, it dawned on us that that is not so. That indeed, the spread of HIV was more of a social problem than even medical. So to contain it, you don't just use drugs, look for vaccines, but also manage our social space. And if you can manage our social space, we can be able to stem and reverse the spread of HIV and AIDS. And I think it was that realization that has perhaps reduced the incidences and the spread of the disease and indeed any other. So we are saying that going forward, we need more collaborative research, transdisciplinary research, if we are to get solutions to the challenges that we encounter from our everyday life. Digitization. Well, I have just mentioned about digitization, that the world is now going digital. The reforms that are being done currently in the CBC as a component of digitization, that we have to embrace digitization where we convert analog materials, convert different types of knowledge existing in different contexts into digital material. And digitization plays a crucial role in fostering this type of research by creating digital platforms for collaboration and data sharing. Online data bases, virtual collaboration tools, digital repositories break down traditional silos of knowledge, enabling researchers from diverse fields to engage in joint efforts that may otherwise be logistically and epistemologically difficult to manage. So this digitization in a way catalyzes our research initiative and makes it possible to access and share information as possible. Indeed, one of your pillars of this institute is exchange, networking, partnership, nurturing global leaders. And this can be done when we convert our materials and use technology and digital spaces to engage in those areas. Allow me to also further say that digitization enables the collection, analysis of large data sets that were previously inaccessible or took too much time, too time consuming to process. Facilitating in the disciplinary studies it will facilitate in the disciplinary studies because of this technology and digital materials. For instance, digitized health data, geospatial information, environmental data are now
time Prof.
that can be accessed.
Maybe you
to
summarize your presentation, Prof.
To promote research. Now, the ease of accessing these resources facilitates joint research efforts, leading to more robust and holistic solutions to societal challenges. Now, instructional media in this digital age. In this sense, we're saying that media, which encompasses tools and methods used for teaching and learning, which includes textbooks, television, radio, computers, and digital platforms, is what media is all about. And in our context, the use of digital instructional media in universities is transforming both
Prof,
the way students learn.
You have another 5 minutes to summarize, please.
Thank you very much. In our context, the use of digital instructional media in universities is transforming both ways students learn and ways instructors teach. We have the e-learning platforms. Digital content have made education more accessible, especially in the far-flung areas. And we now have universities offering open access online courses, creating opportunities for learners from various socioeconomic backgrounds to acquire knowledge and skills. So that is what we're talking about. Now, pedagogy, which is also methods of teaching, encourages more student-centered approaches, moving away from the traditional lecture format to more collaborative, interactive, and personalized learning experiences. So the integration of digital technologies offers an opportunity to rethink how knowledge is delivered and constructed. Technologies such as virtual classrooms, online collaboration platforms, AI tutors have the potential to personalize education, adapting to individual learning needs and allowing for self-paced learning, which is what we want. In the CBC that we are now implementing, it advocates for learner-centered learning and less of the teacher-centered learning. It also, technologies also allow for continuous assessment, feedback, promoting more formative approach, than the summative that entails exams at the end of the semester. So then, allow me, Chair, by way of winding up, because I would have said more, to share some of the things that come from Africa. I don't know, Chair, whether you can see some African musical instruments. Is it visible?
Yes, we can see.
Or it's not visible?
Yeah. It is visible. Yes.
It is visible, we can see, Prof.
I want you to see this kind of knowledge that emanates from Africa for the musical instruments that can give us good music. Benga music, the different types of music that we get from in the African context. Look at that, that guitar. You will agree with me that there is so much that we have that nobody should tell us that this is not the right tools you need to give some good music. I saw your entertainment team giving us a skit but I was a bit disappointed that they should have been using the traditional instruments like these ones, so that we actually talk about Africa, that we can have good music, that we are using our own materials to produce good music. Look at some musical instruments from Ethiopia, very refined tools. But you can be told that by other standards, these are mediocre, these are backward, these should be thrown away. And indeed, we have lost so much of these items because we are striving to be like the West instead of perfecting what is African. I have some farm tools there that I think is not visible. I have some African tools here that we can perfect and make them good because they come from Africa. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for listening. I hope that I was audible. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Prof. Give him a round of applause. Thank you. Of the presentations. The next presenter is a lady from Germany. She's called Dr. Rahab Njeri. She's a historian, a colonial scholar, and a community activist from the University of Cologne in Germany. Her research interests include post-colonial and gender studies, intersectionality, Black feminism, African history, critical witness studies, Black diaspora, migration studies, and Black Canadian studies. So media, are you ready? Please bring her on.
Yes.
Thank you. Karibu sana. Karibu sana. I hope you still understand this language.
Sana, asante sana.
Yeah.
I still do speak Swahili and
Basi,
my
endelea.
mother tongue.
Endelea.
Asante
You go
sana.
on. Thank you.
Okay. So
You have 30 minutes.
Thank you very much, and I am so happy that finally this is taking place, and I am glad that I was or we were part of the process. So before I start, I always like to acknowledge, and I humbly acknowledge that I do not stand alone, but upon the shoulders of those who have come before me, who are visionaries, freedom fighters, scholars, community builders, who resisted, who have dreamed, and who have forged a path or paths through injustice. And with this, I mention names like Professor Wangari Maathai, Mwalimu Misheri Githai Mugo, Field Marshal Muthoni Kirima. Their courage, wisdom, and resilience have paved the way not only for me, but for us to be able to walk through this journey. I honor the labor of our ancestors, named and unnamed, who cultivated the soil of possibilities through their sacrifices. We recognize the knowledge keepers, the storytellers, and the warriors of justice, whose voices echo through my own work or through our work with this institution. Their struggles and triumph found or form the foundation of being and of our purpose or my purpose. In standing on their shoulders, I am reminded each and every day that my path is not one of solitary, but deeply interconnected with those who came before me and those who walk beside me. A decolonial practice, a refusal to forget, and an honoring of the collective power that sustains and uplifts us all. I also bring greetings from Mwalimu Ngugi wa Thiong'o, whom I spoke with yesterday, and who unfortunately cannot be here, but he is with us in spirit, and he is with us through our words and through our actions today. And he's very proud of what is happening here today, because according to him in our conversation yesterday, this is the real practice of decolonizing the mind in praxis and not in theory. I also want to extend my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to the following individuals who have been instrumental as co-founders, conceptualizing and shaping the African Institute of Professional and Development Studies. Dr. Otieno, Odilia, Professor Mwaka, Luanga, Edian, Grace, and Lisbeth. Thank you so much for your countless hours that we have spent together. brainstorming, sharing ideas to life has been nothing short of transformative. You have worked tirelessly to ensure that our vision is not only realized, but also centered around inclusivity and the decolonization of knowledge. Your efforts have been instrumental in translating our collective dream into tangible outcomes, and for that, we are forever grateful. Also, a big thank you. Don't worry, it's many thank yous, because this would not have happened without the people involved. Professor Thomas Cheriot, the Vice Chancellor of the University of Eldoret, for your profound role in including us in the AIPDS initiative, but also for your vision by bringing together African diaspora scholars and scholars from Eldoret, from home. You have demonstrated a decolonial practice of bridging knowledge, fostering cross-continental collaboration, and creating a space where diverse forms of African knowledge can be shared and celebrated. Together, we're not only creating an institution, but a space that embodies the values of African intellectual liberation and transformation. So thank you all for your unwavering commitment and support in bringing this institution to life. In recent decades, as most of you know, the debate surrounding epistemic decolonization has gained significant momentum as scholars across the globe challenge the dominance of Western epistemologies that have long shaped educational, cultural, and political systems. At the heart of this intellectual revolution, as I call it, is a desire to restore and amplify the knowledge systems, perspectives, and traditions of indigenous people, particularly those from Al-Kebuna, Africa, as its original name was. Western knowledge systems in modern academia have been positioned as universal, while indigenous knowledge systems are or ways of knowing have been regulated to the margins. And it is crucial for us as children of the soil, people from Al-Kebun, the Garden of Eden, or the Mother of Mankind, to understand ourselves as knowledge producers, both historically and in the present. For centuries, Al-Kebun communities have been positioned as passive recipients of knowledge, often portrayed through colonial lenses as lacking intellectual rigor or depth. This narrative, however, discards the rich intellectual and cultural histories that have been at the forefront of human civilization for millennia. We as people, African people, have long been knowledge producers, shaping and influencing various fields such as agriculture, medicine, astronomy, philosophy, and governance, just to mention but a few, long before slavery or colonialism sought to erase or overshadow these contributions. So understanding ourselves as knowledge producers requires us as a people to challenge and reclaim these histories, to assert the value of our own intellectual traditions, and to affirm that we have always been at the forefront of change. Al-Kebun, or Africa, has never been devoid of knowledge. Rather, it has been a wellspring of intellectual innovation. African art, oral traditions, and indigenous knowledge systems have always carried vast amounts of wisdom that informed local realities, governance structures, and communal ways of life. In the present, this understanding is vital for decolonization from our perspective. This reclamation of knowledge empowers we as a people to shape our own future, defining our own path of development, education, and self-determination. Furthermore, by embracing our identity as knowledge producers, we can confront the ongoing processes of intellectual colonization, where Western knowledge systems continue to dominate global spaces, institutions, and education curricula. By resisting this false dichotomy of the West as the center of knowledge, we begin to value and uplift African knowledge systems, which are essential not only for African liberation, but for the collective transformation. This reclaiming of knowledge is not only an act of resistance, but a powerful way to honor our ancestors, empower our communities, and drive meaningful change. And an essential dimension of epistemic decolonization is the collaborative work between African diaspora scholars, as we are doing now, and those based on the African continent. By forging deeper connections and engaging in collective scholarship, there is an opportunity to both reclaim and revitalize indigenous knowledge systems, while at the same time challenging dominant Western narratives. In this way, the collaboration between us offers an alternative, a collective path towards epistemic transformation, where our voices and ways of knowing take their rightful place in the global intellectual landscape in our own terms and in our own truth. This holds transformative potential, as it allows for the development of new, more inclusive knowledge, frameworks, and methodologies. And so for us, those who are co-founders of this institute, decolonizing knowledge is not simply about adding non-Western perspective to established curricula. It requires a fundamental rethinking of how knowledge is constructed, who gets to create and disseminate knowledge. And in his seminal work, Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o in Decolonizing the Mind has argued that decolonizing the mind is to reclaim African languages and intellectual traditions, offering a direct challenge to the dominance of Western thought and its colonial legacies. Through his advocacy for the use of indigenous languages in education and literature, Mwalimu Ngugi's work has inspired countless scholars to think critically about how languages shape our understanding of knowledge and the world. And languages is also one of the area focuses of this institution. Another strategy, or another key strategy, is to epistemic decolonization is the promotion of transdisciplinary knowledge production, which was centered in our own concepts. In our understanding, this means the intersecting or the intersection of multiple disciplines and epistemologies, where scholars from diverse traditions come together to engage in a collaborative and cross-cultural exchange. These transdisciplinary collaborations have the potential to foster innovative solutions to local and global challenges. For example, in the field of environmental justice, which is under climate and environment studies at the Institute, indigenous knowledge of land stewardship, crop rotation, and climate adaptation can complement scientific research, leading to more sustainable agriculture practices that respect both local indigenous traditions and modern science through transformative knowledge. Transformative knowledge is particularly important for us as African scholars and scholars in the African diaspora, as it empowers us to articulate our own vision of the future, one that is not dictated by the legacies of colonialism or imperialism. It enables us as scholars to create knowledge that is rooted in our own lived experiences and that aims to create positive social change in our communities. Taimajini, bringing the voices of Mwalimu Misherege Mugo and Mwalimu Ngugi wa Thiong'o, Flora Nwapa from Nigeria, Ai Kwei Arama from Ghana, or even Waloso Nyinka, back to the Eldoret lecture halls, seminars, and theses. Taimajini, the work of Wangari Maathai, whose Greenbelt movement shows that transformative knowledge is not limited to academia, but extends to activism, policy making, and community building. So transformative knowledge challenges us as scholars to reconsider the purpose of education. Is education simply about the transmission of knowledge, or is it about empowering individuals as individuals to act as agents of social change? In our vision, transformative knowledge calls for a reimagining of the future, one where African communities are no longer passive recipients of Western knowledge, but active creators of knowledge that is relevant to our own needs and our own inspirations. So as we engage in the work of epistemic decolonization, we must recognize the importance of honoring the voices that have shaped these discourses. Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o, of course, started the most African intellectuals in the decolonization debate. His call to reclaim indigenous as a beacon for scholars committed to epistemic justice. By embracing epistemic decolonization, transdisciplinary collaborations, and transformative knowledge, we are not only just reshaping academic discourse, we are laying the foundation for a future that is rooted in justice, equity, and mutual respect for all ways of knowing. We can craft a new future for knowledge, one that is both liberatory, one that is of liberty and inclusive, in a thought, and that honors the contributions of Africans throughout history. Of Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o and countless other African individuals, let us continue this journey colonizing, shaping a future through diversity experience as children of soil. So please allow me to finish by borrowing the words of my Shiros, daughter of the soil, she who traveled and one of my mentors, Mishere Gidai. Ashe Afia Mo. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Rahab.
Thank
Another round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you very much, colleagues. At this juncture, we'll take a short break. We will go for some tea next door so that you can stretch your legs a bit and renew your thinking as you think about decolonization. Colleagues, some of us, this takes us 40 years ago when I was a student at the University of Nairobi, 1980 or 1979 thereabouts. The morning after Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o was released from detention, he came to Taifa Hall and gave a very serious talk to the students. And it looks like we are talking about the same thing today. That was 40 years ago. So it looks like we have not moved. But we have moved because that time they were talking about decolonizing the Africans. But today I'm hearing us talking about decolonizing education. Because I think if we decolonize education, we will decolonize the mind. I don't know whether I've gotten it, but I apologize that I'm a scientist. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us take a very short while. VC and his team will get out of this door and turn left and find a door to the room where they'll sit and take tea. The rest of us, we come out too, but go further on. Don't turn left. Go further on. And I think let us just take 5 to 10 minutes. Maybe we pick our cups and come here so that we can go along with the time, because you know we have people online who are waiting. So can we do that? Let's take a maximum of 10 minutes, then we'll start. So if you can drink very fast, you drink there. If not, you come with it here. Thank you.
tunawauliza wote ambao bado tumesalia kule nje tukaribie ili tukaendelee na programu yetu. Natumai tumepata muda wa mapumziko, weza kupata kinywaji. Karibuni ili tukaweze kuendelea na programu ya kuzindua taasisi mpya katika chuo kikuu cha Eldoret. Tunawauliza mkaweze kuviacha vikombe hivyo na mkaribie tukaweze kuendelea. Hapa mbele jukwani tuna kundi la wanafunzi ambao wanataka kutupatia burudani ama tumbuizo. Na kwa wale wasemaji waliotangulia, mimi kwangu naona kwamba tunarejeshwa katika ukombozi wa kiakili, tukaweze kujirejesha katika tamaduni zetu, mila na desturi za Kiafrika. Manake nimetumia lugha ya Kiswahili. Kwa hivyo naona katika ukombozi tunajirejesha katika imani zetu, sisi kama Waafrika ni akina nani. Kwa hivyo ningependa kuwakaribisha hawa ambao watatutumbuiza katika sehemu hii, na natumai kwamba mbwembwe hizi zitatumia imani na itikadi za Kiafrika. Tuwakaribishe.
Blessed Erico. Naja mbele zako Yesu, unisamehe mimi mwenye dhambi, unitakase. Ninaomba usiniache kama mwana mpotevu, narudi kwako. Nilikokosea, unisamehe, unisamehe, unisamehe. Kama mwana mpotevu, narudi kwako. Nilikokosea, unisamehe, unisamehe, unisamehe. Naomba Baba unisamehe Yesu, nilikosa, nilikosa. Naomba Baba unisamehe Yesu, nilikosa, nilikosa. Unisamehe, unisamehe, unisamehe. Naomba unisamehe, unisamehe, unisamehe. Naomba. Yale ya jana sidai, yalionifanya mimi sifai, kuwa kero kwako nisiwai, yeah. Na tena kwako mimi nikae, uweponi mwako niwe. Na tena kwako mimi nikae, uweponi mwako niwe. Naomba Baba unisamehe Yesu, nilikosa, nilikosa. Naomba Baba unisamehe Yesu, nilikosa, nilikosa. Unisamehe, unisamehe, unisamehe. Naomba unisamehe, unisamehe, unisamehe. Naomba unisamehe, unisamehe, unisamehe. Naomba unisamehe, unisamehe, unisamehe.
Asante sana hao watumbuizaji, na tumai tunaendelea vizuri kujikumbusha sisi kwamba ni Waafrika ambao tulikuwa na dini yetu, tulikuwa na imani zetu, na vile vile tuliweza kupiga densi jinsi hao wanafunzi wametuonyesha. Sasa kuna kipindi kingine ambacho tutawapisha hapa kwenye jukwaa. Karibuni sana. Naona hawa sasa wana midundo yenyewe, isikuti yenyewe sasa. Karibuni.
Africa, oh Libana, aye, Africa, oh Africa, oh Libana, aye, Africa, oh Africa, oh Libana. Viva Africa! Africa! Viva Africa! Umasaka! Different colors, one people, different colors, one people. Oh, different colors, one people, different colors, one people.
The chance from the struggle for the liberalization and Africanization of Africa.
The pain, suffering, and agony endured by the forefathers of Africa. The songs of liberation. Viva Africa!
Africa!
Viva Africa!
Umasaka! The wounds of our heroes who fought in sorrow to ensure that Africa rose from grass to grass are still raw. Yet the fate of Africa is to borrow from our oppressors.
Africa, 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 the black land of opportunities with no unity and sanity.
The land known for its greatness, yet looked upon by the pious greatest.
Woe to you, Africa.
Woe to you, Mama Africa, a mother. A mother who has witnessed a child languishing in despair due to malicious interests of a few myopic-minded,
egocentric, egomaniacal, nincompoop,
who make us think as they are red on water washes their leopard spots.
In Africa, the more things change, the more they remain the same. We say, msitu mpya, nyani, ni wale wale.
New forests, but the same monkeys. They're the same people who don't want poverty, yet they tamper with the views of reality.
We need change in Africa.
A drastic change in African politics.
With no military coup.
No more rigged elections.
No more foreplay. Period. Aye, Africa. Oh, Africa. Oh, Libana.
My God, I just love that song.
Your Excellency.
Yes.
How are you?
I am very good, Chief of Staff.
You know, today is an historical day.
Uh-huh.
We're standing on a gold mine. I mean, an oil field.
Mr. Chief of Staff.
Yes.
Today we are going to transform our country.
Yes.
We are going to pay our debts.
Our economy.
We are going to send our children to schools.
Our economy
now
will transform overnight.
I thank God for the discovery of this oil.
Yes.
I want you to go and organize for a proper nationwide celebration.
Yeah.
Everything will be provided for by the state.
Indeed. It's our happiest moment.
Now we'll go and do so immediately. Yeah?
Okay. Indeed, a great discovery.
Thank you so much, Ambassador.
Yes.
And what brings you in my office this time?
Indeed, Mr. President, it is a good day, and I smell a scent of prosperity in your land, of the prosperity that will make our ties grow much stronger.
Exactly. You see, the gods have been kind to us. They have finally heard our pleas.
Exactly, Mr. President. That is why I am here. That is the exact reason why I am here. To multiply your blessings just as we have always done. Remember the gold mine, Mr. President?
No, not this time, Mr. Ambassador. You have squandered the profits of the gold mine and now you want my oil? Our oil?
Think about it, Mr. President. We are going to provide all the technological expertise that will be needed in the extraction of the oil. We'll provide even all the labor that will be required. And in fact, Mr. President, we'll give you a good share, a fair share, Mr. President.
Which is?
Since we'll be providing the expertise, let's say we give you 20% of the profit. Okay, 30%.
30%.
Take it or leave it, 40%. No,
40% of my own oil. Now, my country is fully capable of managing its own resources. We will mine our own oil, we will refine it, and then let export it.
That's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate, Mr. President. You see, if we do not oversee the mining of this oil, Mr. President, I tell you that we will cut off all the foreign aid that we'll be getting. What? All the loans that we give you will not be available for you. And if you insist, Mr. President, we'll be forced to impose sanctions. Mr. President,
that is blackmail.
Call it as you may wish to call it. But you only have 48 hours. Remember, independence is expensive. 48 hours to respond positively to this request for now.
They chained their hearts in vain, they jumped, never asking why. They died, they fell under their spell alone, no one could deny.
Don't you ever say I know the way, I will always want you.
I can't live a life running for my life, I will always want you. They fought so hard for Africa, they had a love for Africa. All they wanted was to make it grow. All you ever did was you break it. Yeah, you break it.
Tukiwa na umoja, Africa to the world. Tukiwa na amani, Africa to the world. Tukijitegemea, Africa to the world. Africa mambo leo, Africa to the world. AIPDS, Africa to the world. AIPDS, Africa to the world. Pause. Tukisema no to koloni mambo leo ni yes to Afrika mambo leo. Mambo vipi? Kama mambo iko shwari, then maintain hivyo hivyo. Kuna kitu nataka kuambia yenye Mbotela alisahau kuwatenda. Mwachamila ni mtumwa, and that's why we are still slaves in their eyes. In our eyes tumekuwa blindfolded na the fact that mtumwa hauawi. We are still slaves. Vichauchi ya Zion, that's the naked truth. We are still slaves. African mother, African my motherland, land is fertile. Toil daily in labor so that it can deliver. Then when the child is born, tunamuuza with an excuse of low living standards, we are not in a position to raise the child, then baadaye ni sisi wenyewe ndo tuna-adopt the same child that we sold. Tungali brainwashed. Tungali brainwashed. That's why utapata huku kuna msee anaitwa Washington na huku hakuna msee anaitwa Nairobi. Heri kupoteza ID, but heri kupoteza ID kuliko kupoteza identity, kwa sababu binadamu hatuna abstract. Niambie ni umbali gani tunaweza ona kama sisi sote tuko na vision moja. Niambie ni vita ngapi tunaweza shinda kama Afrika sisi sote tukiwa na mission moja. mentally ill, ungali madhara umepagawa, mentality ni ongai matai, miti ni dawa. Hatuhitaji their aid, but tunahitaji AIDS. AIPDS. Africa, our kingdom. Kama simba tukikwama tunanguruma, nkwame nkuruma, as in independence, the only thing we need in everything. Nikianza kuquote Patrick Lumumba, power belongs to people, man is power. That's why kuna tofauti ya power bank na bank ya power. Swali ni, where do we save our energy? Tutaenda faa iwapo sisi sote tutakuwa na mindset ya Joseph C. Kabila, Africa ni kama rainbow. Different colors, one people, different colors, one people, different colors, one people, different colors, one people. Black lives matters. Black lives matters. So tunafaa kuputa away hii idea ya kuona states zingine ziko superior na zingine ziko inferior. The same way to introduce new currency, ndo tunafaa kuintroduce change. As in, msitu ni mpya, yani ni wale wale. New independence, but dependency ni kwa wale wale. No need ya kuget loans. Si tuko mafutani. Tunaweza lipia. Hakuna West Africa, si tuko na mali. Si ni goal yetu kuwa Richard, as in utakana. So utakana cause Cameroon still ni Africa. Africa to the world. Tukiwa na umoja, Africa to the world. Tukiwa na amani, Africa to the world. Tukijitegemea, Africa to the world. Africa mambo leo, Africa to the world.
As the president sat down there in despair, these are the questions that kept running in his mind.
Why? Why did Africa let Europe cut away millions of Africa's soul from the continent to the four corners of the wind?
How? How could Europe lord it over a continent 10 times its size?
Why? Why does needy Africa continue to let its wealth meet the needs of those outside its bounds and then run after to ask for loans? Loans for the wealth that it gave. These are words inspired by the one and only Mwalimu Ngugi wa Thiong'o's literary works. Africa. Africa. Oh, Africa. Oh,
Gen Zs who are more African than we thought. I think this is beautiful. It's really beautiful. I think they bring down the real thing that we are doing here today. And so without much ado, I want us to move to the next level. We have 3 presenters. We hope we'll be able to control them because time is of essence. The first one to come is our own Professor Miriam Kinyon. She's going to talk to us very briefly on the connection between science and art. Because we are talking about an institute that is going to actually handle that. So let's have Professor Kinyon. We will give her 15 minutes to express herself. She is a scientist, and scientists don't have very long sentences, nor do they have stories to tell. They only tell us facts. So, congratulations for that.
Professor, you're muted.
Oh, sorry.
And
sorry. I didn't realize. Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted.
And Prof, know that you have only 15 minutes. Please summarize. Give an executive summary of your speech. Thank you.
I'm a doer, not a speaker, so it's very easy for me to speak in less than 10 minutes. And what I was saying is that I was greeting everyone, and I was saying that I'm humbled to be considered as one of the presenters. We are proud to be associated with new institutes. And now, many people have spoken. Professor Rono has explained the terms, so I don't need to explain the terms. Jerry has spoken until I'm wondering whether I'm African enough. And then the skit has brought it out with its reality. I mean, that is the reality of things. Yeah, that's how things are. Today, I'm speaking on interdisciplinary education and research within African realities. We cannot run away from it. There are those realities that we must contend with as we within our universities. So the approach to education that would help us to think of the African Institute, I thought of I wondered, why African? I've been asking Dr. Otieno, why African? Why wouldn't you call it Institute of Professional and Development Studies? Maybe that's a question that we need to ask ourselves, and by the time the plenary is over, we'll have answered. I appreciate that unless we go multidisciplinary, and I like the way Professor Rono explained about all these things under the digital era, and unless we think interdisciplinary, we've been discussing with Dr. Otieno, and I was like, you can't talk of an institute that is mono-eyed. We must be able to think interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and we must also remember that we have to go transdisciplinary. Why? Because things are interlinked, and therefore, must appreciate that. So, epistemic was described by Prof, the director of CUE. Therefore, I don't need to go on to describe it. But if you think of it, reality of knowledge, because that is what epistemic means, the reality that is there are the African condition and knowledge. And those are realities, whether we want to run away from it or not. Then there is the other pool. So on one pool, we have the African condition and knowledge. But the other pool is that we must be global and competitive. Because if we sit and moan over the fact that we are African and that we live in African conditions, we will perish. We will still continue, like the skit has shown, being slave when we are claiming to have been liberated. So that pool is what we appreciate that is there, even as we think of professionalism and development. So the institute, it is the African Institute of Professional and Development Studies. It will not exist in isolation. We must remember that societal impacts that will impact on the institute. And we must also remember that if we don't remain globally relevant, then we will just be the way we are thinking, that we've been colonized, we are colonized in the mind. I like the way Professor Ochuodo said that those times when we were in college, by the way, Prof, even before we were in college, when we were in secondary, Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o talked about, I will marry when I want. In other words, I will make my own life. And he's been talking like that for the last 50 years. And we are still frustrating him. We are frustrating him because we are too colonized in our minds. We've failed to accept that we can be free and marry when we want. So the other thing about the Institute is that we must remember we must have collaborations. As much as we want to have an African setup, global collaborations are of essence so that we can be able to be globally competitive and to live within the means. And lastly, what I captured, which you can add more, is that we must have internal inclusivity. Unless we work together, let's say as the University of Eldoret, or as the universities in Kenya, or as the universities in Africa, we will remain worrying over what the externalists can do. But if we work together, we are going to have the strength and the courage that will help us to move on. So I had this thing about relationships, and as the Institute develops, as we launch it today, we must remember that you must work within relationships. And this relationship will be with global partners, because unless we create strong relationships but still protect our Africanism, we will not be able to advance and be able to do the things that are modern today. I liked the African tools and the African musical instruments, and that is what the external world has improved. I mean, they've put it in using modern materials, but they haven't produced a better musical instrument. So we just need to be able to love ourselves, but still work with global partners. And then the other thing, we must remember local stakeholders. We have stakeholders all around us. So as this institute comes up, we must be awake to the fact that there is interaction. There's interaction between global partners. There's interaction between stakeholders who in themselves are an entity, and the institute is also an entity, and there is all that interaction that we must think about if we want to remain relevant and still have the African setup. We've been doing research, and we've been trying to stand out in that research. And there is that frustration that you must deal with every time. When someone sees that you know better, they want to be able to bring you down. When you insist that you are not going to be brought down, you are crushed. Like the way the president was told, if you don't take the 40%, I'm giving you 48 hours. So you can imagine, those are the realities. And therefore, we must look for ways and means of managing these realities, the interactions that come up within our establishment. And with that, I'm sure I've provoked your minds. And thank you, VC, for making this come to fruition. It looked more of talk, now it's becoming reality. So members, let us uplift the Institute, and let us make it stand out, and let us show that it can be done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. That is beautiful, short, and clear. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope you'll hold on so that by the time we finish and we have a short plenary, you can participate in it. Colleagues, I think we want to move to the next.
Yeah, I'll stay on until the end. I'll stay on until the end, Prof.
Okay, thank you, thank you. We want to call the next speaker. The next speaker is a lady called Miss Odelia Okonga, fellow of the Institute and founder of the International African School in the Netherlands. She is going to talk very briefly, but then introduce our next two speakers. So can we have her on?
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
As I stand here or sit here today, I have immense pride as we launch the African Institute. This moment is a testament to the dedication and hard work of everyone involved in bringing this vision to life. Behind the scenes were the academia in the diaspora from UK, US, Europe, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Cameroon, Nigeria, and the Caribbean. I'm happy we are all coming back home to give back to our children and to our continent. Dr. Tieno and Professor Cheriot receive our gratitude for your tireless work. Today, we are not just participants in an event, we are creators of history. The generations to come will recognize and value the importance of what we achieve today, and they will thank us. Professor Ngugi has consistently urged us to prioritize the development of our mother tongues. That is part of the mission of the Institute in Pillar 2. We hope to undertake this vital task unapologetically. Now that we have a platform, we have no excuse to make to our future generations. Our mother tongues are not just languages, and knowing them does not make us tribal. They are tools for interaction in our society. Our mother tongues embody our history, identity, and culture. African people, including people of African descent in the diaspora, are the only people in the world who have been robbed of their language. The African child is the only child in the world who has to do his education in a foreign language: Dutch, French, English, German, Arabic. It is taken for granted in the Western world that mother tongue education is the best. But the same principle is in question when it comes to educating the African child. As we embark on efforts to industrialize the African continent, we must work on the development and use of our African languages also in education. Now is the time to move and do something. We at the Institute are fully committed and cannot turn away from this responsibility. We also do hope to make an extensive contribution in Pillar 3 under the student exchange programs and educational travel to foster global collaborations. As Professor Kinyua said, we need to interact and be global citizens. Little by little, the bird builds its nest. Today we have put one grass. Slowly we shall look back and say, we did it. That's my small contribution. And I now call upon Professor Auma and Dr. Eliza, but I think Dr. Eliza is going to present for both of them with Professor Auma. Dr. Eliza Gutuku is a research fellow at the Firoz Lalji Institute for Africa in the London School of Economics and Political Science. Eliza's work investigates children and young people's lived experience within the context of poverty, vulnerability, conflict, activism, citizenship claims, and contestations on their sexual and reproductive health and rights. This is a very, very important topic because, you know, this is actually Gen Zs we are talking about. And Professor Auma does the same. She is an associate professor at the International Institute of Social Studies at Erasmus University in the Netherlands. Her research and teaching revolve around the themes of education, including care and development in the early years, of children, child vulnerability, and child-sensitive social protection. Dr. Eliza, welcome.
Thank you so much for inviting me, and I'm going to be sharing my screen. Winnie, you able to share the screen?
I'm sharing just to check with you if you're able to view it on your end. It's already up.
Yes, yes, I'm able to view it from my end, and I'm going to be presenting our talk today, which is titled Collaborative Critical Transformative Research, Engaging Coloniality of Knowledge. And the next slide, please. As you've been told by Lydia, Professor Uma is not able to be with us today. She had an emergency at the last minute, but she was really, really invested in this particular day, and we're going to be talking our collaboration. So sense of collaboration could not have come at a better time as this, when I'm also stepping in for her, but also talking about our collaborative work, which is also about allyship, which is also about taking care of each other. And then we'll be talking about, what is the role of the university in decolonizing. We're also going to be touching on issues of building each other, caring for each other, and establishing the university as a caring space. And let me start by thanking the Vice Chancellor, Professor Cheriot, and the faculty of the University of Eldoret, our colleague at ISFUR. I also did my PhD at ISS, Dr. Otieno, who has been very instrumental working with colleagues at the university, and also fellow associates. Our very warm congratulations for such a great initiative, and it's something that we've been thinking about for a long time, and we are so thrilled to know that we got something that we can call an African Institute of Professionals. And then next slide. We cannot emphasize the importance of such an institute at a time in this, because the institute does respond to the critique that has been leveled in the past, that centers of knowledge about Africa are hosted outside the continent. And so hosting this institute, which is located within the continent, as a hub for research and capacity strengthening, which is working with scholars from within and also from the diaspora, is an important component of the conversation we are having here today. And so we are so excited to be part of what actually is coming from within Africa, but also interacting with others from outside. And as I talk about this, I'm also working at the Philosophical Institute for Africa, which is also located outside Africa. So you can imagine how thrilled we are. And so I'm just going to be taking a few minutes to talk about the role of long-term collaborations and how we think these collaborations will also, sit with the whole issue of, the center and the institute, and what long-term collaborations mean for our scholarship. And we can also borrow ideas from the experiences and examples we're going to be giving. We're going to be taking two examples of our transformative research practices, which we also call decolonial research. And we're going to be giving examples of how we have carried contextually engaged capacity strengthening. And Professor Oma has been very engaged in issues of capacity building in Africa, whatever comes out of our mouth. Since I started interacting with her over 20 years ago, is that she wants the best out of scholars and learners in Africa. So we're going to be talking about that, and then we end by looking at what does these experiences that we're providing here today mean for such a center as this, but also for the institute that we are launching today. And so just to locate our first sense of collaboration, and we did encounter each other in the year 2004. I was a student at the International Institute of Social Studies of Erasmus University, Rotterdam, and Auma was working there, where she had just taken an academic position after completing a PhD at the Indiana University. And so our collaboration over the years has then evolved from being a student, as I was many years ago, to becoming an assistant. Also, can you hear me now? I was told that my audio was not very clear. Is it clear now?
Yeah, you can hear you, Prof.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, somebody had said it was not clear. So it did evolve from being research assistant, but also over the year it has also included Auma 10 years later supervising my research thesis, which was done in Western Kenya in Siaya. I know it's Siaya is not very far from where we are seated today in the launching this particular institute. But we've also worked together on several capacity building programs, building capacity of different in different universities, but also working with young people, working with also elderly women and all that. So what has really brought us together is the fact that we are brought together by the fact that we both of us share that critical and shared outlook and reflexivity towards development in general, which is important for the institute. But also we are also brought together by the fact that we have this drive to engage inequalities and iniquities in knowledge production, or what we see as coloniality of knowledge. And coloniality of knowledge is very key as we talk about what to decolonize. So how do we see coloniality of knowledge? We see it as those particular patterns of power that, of course, arose from colonialism and that are continued also in present moments in knowledge production, but also in other issues like development and also economy. And so when we look at decolonizing, we also look at it also through the lenses of centering perspectives of non-Western individuals, their resources, their skills, and also doing research from their perspective. And we are not only talking about non-Western peoples. For us, me and Dr. Auma, we also talk about people whose voices, whose perspectives have been exist from the center, people whose perspectives have been presented, and we're going to be providing examples of that. And so one of the key areas of the work we've done for many, many years have been centering the voices of young people. And in this sense, we've worked with young people as researchers. We've worked with, people, who are not seen as holders of knowledge. And the nature of our collaboration has been critical collaboration, which focuses on next slide, please, intergenerational exchange. And this, of course, means that we are not only doing research in the moment, but we've also done research that is intergenerational, sometimes with the participants, sometimes who are as old as 100 years old, but also doing some sense of intergenerational exchanges. So we think that kind of exchanges is important for sharing perspectives, but we also know that knowledge itself is not static, knowledge is emerging, knowledge is also fluid. And so we've been looking at this fluid relationships in terms of what people know, but mainly in the area of people and children and their ways of growing up. We are also very concerned with the issues of regeneration that sometimes in the university we hold knowledge, but specifically also Professor Uma does believe that we also need to relay this knowledge through mentorship, through creating a legacy, but also through passing the baton. So even today, as we think about this particular institute, we should also be thinking about, are we engaged in diverse forms of allyship? Are we passing the baton? Are we building the capacity of others who studied just after we got our PhDs and all of that? So that is quite important. And I said we already in the next slide, we also do research that we also see as subversive. And when I mean as subversive, is because for many years we worked with young people as researchers, not only very young people, but also elderly caregivers, some of them who are not seen as people with a voice, but not only just anybody who's elderly, but also women. Sometimes they are seen as custodians of knowledge, but sometimes their views are not, are not engaged with. We've also done research with people who are seen as having voice in a literacy. We work with deaf and hard of hearing young people. So a lot of this has also involved, turning the monster on its head. We've presented such research, and people are asking, how can we be sure that what you're bringing to us is valid? And so, as we conclude, we're going to be talking about two examples of how we've collaborated in research. For example, since the year 2008, for a whole year, we did a year on collaborative research that was looking on the issues of indigenous knowledge for child care. And this research was, of course, brought about by the fact that Africa's ways of knowing on how to care for their children, especially within the context of HIV/AIDS, have not been taken into consideration. So we did do an interdisciplinary kind of research where we worked with generations of caregivers, and part of this, of course, we published, we've reflected on it in a more recent book, which is published by UNESCO, which is on Sankofa. We've also done another research, which was also looking at ways of knowing and coming of age in Kenya, engaging issues of, coloniality of knowledge, but also dismantling colonialism as the only thing that mattered on issues of growing up. And we've also used very creative methods of storytelling, which are Africanist in nature. And hopefully, as we think about this particular new institute, we can also think about what methods can we use that are Africanist. Storytelling is very part and parcel of who we are. So we've used those particular perspectives to give a voice as a platform for women also to tell their lives then, but also to look at their hope and read it from the present moment. Thank you. Next slide, please. We can go to the next slide, Winnie. And in terms of working with young people, and this is quite important, we talk about building alliances. Professor Auma and myself also, we built a lot of alliances within Africa region and worked with CODESIA, which is CODESIA again, Organization for Social Science Research in Africa, and build alliances with Professors Azina from UNISA and also Professor Omar Bari that we met in 2009 in the 4th International Child Conference in Senegal, and other younger upcoming scholars like Ada Africa, who have been doing a lot of work on building the capacity of scholars from Africa and building the capacity of researchers in terms of academic skills and all that. So building alliances has been very key and part and parcel of what especially Professor Auma sees as a very important aspect of scholarship and also allyship. And we do believe that these kinds of allyship and collaborations can continue where we engage the very fact that, sometimes we tend to work in silos, but for us to be able to decolonize, to engage coloniality of knowledge, then we have to learn from each other, not only the Anglophone Africa, but also, Francophone Africa and anybody else, all the scholars in Africa. Next slide, please. And so I'm going to be talking about capacity strengthening that I already talked about, and Professor Auma has implemented a lot of projects, some of them funded by the Dutch government. And I just want to give an example of such kind of a program that Auma and myself have also implemented as a research fellow. Next slide, really. I just want to give an example of how it looks like, how in this particular kind of project, for example, it was a 5-year project, which is a generative gender and age-sensitive curriculum that did strengthen the capacity of different actors from the higher education all the way to the grassroots. And in a nutshell, I would just say that this particular kind of a project was trying to engage universities, the ivory towers, and repositories of knowledge, because we not only took education from the university through training, actors in sexual reproductive health and academics, but we also went all the way down to working with community grassroots in what we called, do shows. the very fact that this kind of knowledge was being even implemented from the grassroots. We did not call it workshop, but we called them do shops, and people got certificates that were not just diplomas, but they were called diplomas. So this was a very kind of initiative that we are called leadership in action training, where people come for 3 weeks and for a week they study, and then they go out to implement and they come back again. So this kind of regeneration of knowledge, as we talk about the Science Institute for Professional Studies, I think it is something that we can continue thinking about, that we are not just going to be engaging with the education that is more like philosophy and all that, but we are also going to be thinking about how we can do a leadership in action kind of training where everybody else feels that they got a seat in the table of knowledge production. We see this in ways as very innovative. We see this collaboration that's very important and feeding into each other, and especially feeding the knowledge that is from out there to what is happening in the university. Next, please. And part of course, I'm not going to be talking a lot about this, but we also know that we need spaces for engagement in the universities. And part of what Professor Uma has done for a lot of years when she was working this kind of capacity building programs is to not only look at infrastructure as a big curse, but she's been very instrumental in ensuring that in the universities where these projects were implemented, there are centers, spaces and infrastructural projects where we can continue having these conversations. You could say like an agora of some sort. So there is a building, a hall in Makerere University. We got another one in Benin. We got another one in the University of Lira. And these are not just monuments, but they're spaces where the discussions and conversations about colonizing knowledge, about doing research in a different way, about revisiting and repositioning capacity building are continually taking place. And we have, for of course, continues to reflect on these perspectives and documenting, which is quite important because any kind of innovation is also important for posterity to be able to document. So we publish these in various books, and we hope this is where we are going in terms of whatever innovations we are able to do through such an initiative like this. We are able also to share it with those who come after us and share and give them an opportunity also to critique what we are doing. And as I finish, and I know Professor Wadiongo is of this meeting, he sat at our table in many, many ways as we talked, as we published. I'm not sure whether there's any of the publications that we've done that does not have his name. And we've talked about, we need to have, young people at the table. And we feel very honored and very thrilled to be part of this great initiative as we continue to sit at this table today, and also as we also continue hearing from other people. And so, in a nutshell, as we talked about capacity building, doing research that is subversive, but also collaboration, allyship, I think we end with a dream. And of course, we usually say that dream are the voices of our ancestors. We dream big of a world where young people, the key constituencies in our research, have a seat at the table, and their voices, as well as voices that are also very key in our work, will be included in knowledge mobilization, not just production, but also knowledge mobilization, how useful knowledge is made of. So I think those are our reflections in terms of what we see, and we are just hoping that the 21st neoliberal university like this one, like the University of Eldoret and all other universities in Africa, they got a critical role to play in ensuring that everybody's voice is brought at the table. They've got a role to play in ensuring that we don't do capacity building or professional development as usual. They got a role to play to ensure that we do not do research as usual. And thank you so much, Sanjay-san.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Eliza. I'd like to call upon Lisbeth. Actually, Lisbeth is from Suriname. She's part of the institute. Let me put my video. Just a moment. Yes. So I'd like to now reach out to Lisbeth. She's she's one of the fellows at the institute. And Lisbeth is from Suriname. I hope many of you know Suriname lies. It's in the Caribbean. And maybe you understand how she found herself there, because she looks exactly like us. So before I read her bio, I'd like you, Lisbeth, just put on your camera and wave to the crowd, maybe say 2 words or something. I also request to be made a co-host so that I can share Lisbeth's performance. If you can make me a co-host, I will appreciate. And Lisbeth, are you in the room? Oh, yes. Lisbeth, please just say 2 words, greet them. Your face was important so that, you know, they can see we look alike, but you're from at the other end of the world.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Thank you, Adelia, for this opportunity to be part of this great event. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Please make me a co-host so that I can share Lisbeth's performance. Lisbeth pursued her academic journey in music pedagogy, performing arts and musicology across the Netherlands, Jamaica, and Ghana. Her extensive education forms the foundation of her artistic and cultural contributions. Lisbeth is a fellow of the Institute and will be our link to our Caribbean family and academia. I have seen that performing arts is alive at the university. Lisbeth will add value to that Department of Music and Performance Arts. Lisbeth has composed a piece of music inspired by traditional Gikuyu song entitled Mushugwa. I don't know whether I've said it well. This song bears some similarities to the Seketi songs of the Samaka, an African tribe in Suriname. This composition, entitled Nina Kutambua, represents a fusion of traditional, neoclassical, and jazz elements. So I need to share, I don't know whether I've been made a co-host. Let me see, okay, just a moment. Can you see?
No, we see the Zoom.
Oh, you see?
Yeah.
Just a moment. Okay. Let me stop it for a while. Let me reshare. Can you see now?
No, we see your desktop, Odidia.
Yeah?
You're still on your desktop.
Oh, just a moment. I have 2 screens, so. And now, can you share? Can you see?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have 2 screens, so.
as we can see.
And now, can you yes. Thank you, Lisbeth. Now back to you in Eldoret.
I was still waiting.
It got finished, but the beauty is the mixture of, Caribbean. Maybe Elizabeth, you can say something about your performance.
That was beautiful.
Yes, well, this composition was indeed inspired by traditional music of Suriname, of our Samaka people, Seketi, it's called. And it didn't become a vocal song because I thought sound gives more opportunities for us to create our to enrich our perception of things. So yes, I got some help from my friend Neri, also being very inspired by the folk songs you write in your books, published in your books. And folk song is the material to compose. And I thought that this was, again, a great opportunity to do this.
Thank you. Back to you, Eldoret.
Thank you. That was a good mix. Maybe we should clap for them. Odilia, are you going to introduce Kanisile?
I can, but let me see. I had switched off.
You switched off?
No, I had
Okay,
turned down my, yeah, but you can do it.
Yeah, I can just introduce her.
I believe
I
you
hope
can
she's.
introduce her, yeah.
I hope she's already lodged.
She's here.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, that was a wonderful session. That was a mixture of action and speech, which was very nice. Our next speaker is a name that I think must be originating from the South. She's called Dr. Kanisile Litchfield Shabalala. She is a continental chairperson, Africa Parliamentary Network on illicit finance flows. And her topic is public accountability, stakeholder development, social justice from an interdisciplinary perspective, and what this means for studies in the fields of arts, humanities, and social sciences. Dr. Shabalala, karibu, if you can understand this, welcome. Take your stage and do what you do best. Welcome.
Yes, just a moment. I also would like to add something small. Dr. Khanyisile is a former South African Navy Admiral. She later became a Member of Parliament for the Economic Freedom Fighters. And for the past 9 years, Dr. Shabalala has been a staunch advocate here for tax justice, as you said. Tax justice and combating illicit financial flows from Africa, emphasizing gendered perspectives in these areas. As chairperson of the African Parliamentary Network on Illicit Financial Flows and Taxation, she leads a network of current and former members of parliament from 49 African states. So we have a power lady in the house. Welcome, Dr. Shabalala. We can't hear you, Dr. Shabalala. You're muted.
Thank you. Thank you to you, my sister Odelia, and thank you to the program director. I've switched on my video just for the beginning so that you see I'm not a ghost here talking to me. I'm not at home. I'm in between. I'm actually in a meeting that's ending tomorrow, so I've just stepped aside. So I'll switch off my video for now. Since I was informed that one of my favorite Africans, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, will not come onto the program, I thought that we should honor him anyway. He does not need to be here. He's a great son of the continent, so his words can be carried here even if he's not here. So I will open by a quotation from him, which is what drew me to him and made me fall in love with him. He says, our lives are a battlefield in which is fought a continuous war between the forces that are pledged to confirm our humanity and those determined to dismantle it. Those who strive to build a protective wall around it and those who wish to pull it down. Those who wish to mold it and those who wish to break it. Those who aim to open our eyes, to make us see the light and look to tomorrow, and those who wish to lull us into closing our eyes. This quotation makes me understand that the African life is a life of dichotomies. Therefore, the title of my talk today is The Dichotomies of African Life, or of the African person. See, when they left after colonization and slavery, and to even they left is being respectful, because we know we live under neoliberalism and neocolonialism currently. So culturally and economically, they haven't left. But we use the phrase when they left because we mean when they took away the colonial administrator and the colonial army. They didn't really leave, as I've just said, because they left systems that they had instituted on African soil, which are not ours. And those systems break every African, present here and not present here, alive or dead, as long as we were born after slavery and after colonialism. It splits us all into what I've termed a split personality. We are split in the ruthless world of capitalism, where profit takes precedence over everything else, over morality, over humanity. We are split within that world in which we live during the day when we go to work, and the world of Ubuntu that we return to at home every day. For those who live in the cities like Johannesburg, like Nairobi, like Addis Ababa, like Dar es Salaam, who go home every weekend, they are split between that world of capitalism during the week and weekend during that world of Ubuntu. These worlds are dichotomous. They don't speak to each other. They don't coexist even. We are also split between the relationship between the spiritual world and religion. Again, two worlds that do not mix. And I'll talk about them. See, the world of religion is based on the fear of heaven and hell. The world of religion is a world of male patriarchy and male domination. For God is a man, Jesus is a man, the disciples were men, the angels are men. That's why the biggest denomination, which is the Catholic Church, still does not allow female priests. So it is that world of religion, which is really based on condemnation, where the woman is lesser sex, the woman is the beguiler, which means deceiver of the men. It is that world, and then we are split between that religious world and the spiritual world, which is African spirituality. I have to put a quick disclaimer, and I'm not talking about what people term African traditional religion. I don't know what that is, because religion and spirituality are dichotomous. So I call it African spirituality. See, the difference is that African spirituality is based on you and nature coexisting. The nature is in you and you are in nature, but also it moves from inside to the outside. So African spirituality, that's why it does not recruit, because it moves from inside of you to the outside world. Whereas religion moves from outside so that you internalize it. So it comes from the external into the external. Also, we are split between the world of independence and freedom. Again, I hope we have time to get into these things. See, independence is what we are given. That's why Portugal will say we gave Mozambique independence on this day. Britain will say we gave Lesotho independence, or Nigeria or Kenya on this and this day. And we celebrate those days, flag, pomp, and ceremony. Freedom or liberation, on the other hand, we've come to realize that it's something you are given, it's something you need to fight for. And that fight is a very ruthless one. And that even people like us in South Africa or Mozambique or Zimbabwe who fought liberation, the wars of liberation or the liberation struggle, we realize that as long as it capitulated into a discussion around the table, it never results into freedom. It stays at independence. That's another dichotomy. So you wake up and think you are independent, you are free, you act like you are free, but in essence, you know that you are not, because somebody else is dictating. That's another dichotomy. So for me, these dichotomies truly lead to a quotation by another son of this soil, Stephen Bantu Biko, that great South African, who says, the greatest weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. So the systems they left were systems designed to make sure that long before they are gone, colonization continues in our minds, in our systems, us enforcing it on each other. The issue of gender oppression, for instance, in Africa, it's not really enforced by men more than by women themselves, the grandmother and the mother. People laugh when I say, I don't know what a woman means when your 8-year daughter does something wrong and you tell them, as the mother, I don't know who's gonna marry you. She's 8. I'm not sure she even has got breasts yet. I'm not sure she even knows what menstruation is. But we are already telling them we don't know who's gonna marry you. They are 8. You know, FGM in Africa is upheld by grandmothers. They're the ones who say, oh, these girls are peeing like men. We can see the sound coming out. It's like a man is peeing. It means they have not been cut. So these are the dichotomies within which we live. So I understand Ngugi when he says our lives are a battlefield as Africans on which is fought. It's a continuous war until we put a stop to it. And I know by opening this institute at the University of Eldoret, we are beginning the journey, you know, to stop that battlefield on us, on our lives, on our bodies, to educate ourselves on who we are. He says these people are forces that pledge to confirm our humanity and those who are determined to dismantle it. And I would say the Africa of the 60 years really are showing us that they've succeeded somehow to dismantle it, because capitalism in most of our lives reigns more supreme than Ubuntu. We are turning on each other more than we did when we lived the philosophy of Ubuntu. We are becoming truly Western, if I would put it that way, or an African. It's becoming normal to get into a bus and a pregnant woman is standing and 15-year-olds or 16-year-olds are sitting down, because Ubuntu is slowly but surely being weakened, because capitalism is taking and the two are dichotomies. They don't talk to each other because the other one is based on ruthless profit. And in fact, the other one thrives where there are no morals and no, because nobody is going to call it to check. Another dichotomy I thought I'm going to touch on based on Ngugi's dichotomies that he has given us very well in this quotation. Especially the part where he says, those who want to make us see the light and look to tomorrow, and those who wish to lull us into closing our eyes. So it led me to another dichotomy, which also I'll open with his quotation. He says, when I worked in the language, he says, I was shocked when I started working in an African language and got imprisoned. Because when I worked in the English language, I was not imprisoned. I'm not quoting him verbatim on this one. But in essence, that's what he says. And then he says, this has led me to think about the relationship between language and power. Now, being younger than him, I want to stretch that further and say, for me, in my generation, it makes me look even beyond language. It makes me look at the power of spirituality, culture, and language, the triangle. I call it the trilogy of African spirituality. So spirituality is at the apex, culture is on the left-hand side, and language on the right. It completes the triangle. So for me, from Ngugi wa Thiong'o's quotation, the great son of the soil of Africa, it leads me to say the relationship between spirituality, culture, language, and power. And it brought me to the conclusion that there is a dichotomous relationship between power and our spirituality, which was embedded in our culture, which is lived through the language. Which is why when they came, it is the spirituality they first attacked. By the way, I was in Germany 2 weeks ago, and most of Africans who were there went there to study our archives that are there, and a lot of reference was made to it. I stood up and I said, I don't know why we call them archives that were stolen from us. These are holy objects that were taken from our national altars, because all Africans pre-colonially lived this way, whether it was a queendom or a kingdom or an empire or a nation state. At the apex was the Queen Mother. And to even say Queen Mother is a washed down concept, because there's no equivalent in English. It is not their culture. Because like in my language, Queen Mother, if it was to be directly translated, it means she-elephant. That's how powerful it is. That's why if you go to the only surviving kingdom in Africa, which is Eswatini, our neighbor, you will see that the photo of King Mswati is always below that of the Queen Mother, because she is the highest citizen of the land. She keeps the national altar. When things go wrong for the nation, they ask her, what are you here from the spirit. What are the ancestors saying? Are you not sitting enough national altar to intercede for this nation? The king is in charge of the obvious, the physical world. She's in charge of the spiritual world. So these things that were taken from us were taken from national altars, things that are not supposed to be seen. Some people should lay eyes on it, but not everybody. They are now in European museums and everybody's laying eyes of them, and they've been, so dehumanized. And it's become a sacrilege. Now, that was done on purpose because Ngugi reminds us of the dichotomies. Because there's a dichotomy between power and spirituality. They understood that our power lies in our spirituality, Africans. That's why Mekatilili Wamenza, that great daughter of the soil, warned us without education that if you adopt their religion and their customs and their language, it is a perpetual cycle of slavery that is going to be hard to break free, that it's going to be hard to break. Now, she was not even educated. She understood neocolonialism at the time. That's why Neanda Nyagasigana of Zimbabwe fought against the British South Africa Company of Cecil John after they had conquered in South Africa and they were moving up north into Zim. She, as the Shona at the time, they were fighting with the Ndebele, but she understood this was a spiritual battle. She mobilized all the priestesses and the priests of the Shona and the Ndebele and the other ethnicities there. She said, this is a spiritual war. We need to come together. For if we don't do it in the spirit world, we shall not conquer these people in war and politically. Cut a long story short, she was hanged for her beliefs. So they knew. That's why it's the first thing they attacked, that battlefield that Ngugi is talking about, which is fought on us. Then they attacked the culture. I mean, honestly, it defies logic to me why you would come from Europe, come into a people whose language you don't speak and understand, and you on the spot start saying it's demonic, it's not a language. Hegel, the father of communism, called our languages unintelligible sounds. In fact, Hegel on record said Africa is in prehistory. We are not even in history, we are non-status. That was during the era of scientific racism. You must go and read about the era of scientific racism because it will make you understand their mind and why they continue these things in the present. The dichotomies that Ngugi wa Thiong'o is warning us against. So these were sacred and special to us, the spirituality, the culture, the language. They knew that if they make us speak English like now, there are things I can't explain in English. I've already given you an example. Queen Mother is such a watered down concept. It's different from when I say Indlovgaz, which is she-elephant, or Khosi Khadi in the Sotho languages here. Now they attacked the language, they made us adopt English. Today, the languages of the AU officially are Spanish, Portuguese, English, Arabic. You know how much we fought for Swahili. You know how much I'm fighting to say Africa. If we all adopt Swahili as an added language to whatever language is done, from grade 1 to grade 12, in 12 years we shall produce Africans who do not need the European languages amongst themselves. You know how much colonization we can achieve in 12 years just by adopting Swahili from Cape to Cairo, from Morocco to Madagascar, and nullify English, Portuguese, and French from our territories. But they did that because they knew that in language is the lived culture, Africans. That's why I say this is a triangle. It's spirituality on top, it's culture on the left of the triangle, it's language on the right. Because the spirituality is not religion, there's no Bible, no book. It is lived through the culture. That's why culture is important to all indigenous people or people of color. Because when you are breaking the spiritual code, we are breaking it in the culture because that's where it is lived through. But the language is important because it's the vehicle of culture. So I say, as an example, I'm 62. If my daughter is a friend to, she's 23. If she's Africans who do not speak any African language, you know what they call me? Auntie Kanyisile. And I'm just like, do I sell beer? Because in Soweto, we call aunties women who run ship-ins, who sell beer. Do I sell beer? I'm 62. If you are friends with my daughter who says mother to me, what stops you from calling me mama? I cannot be your auntie. But also just the concept of aunt, I'm packing it because I'm coming back to it. Because aunt also is a Western concept. We don't have aunties in African culture. In fact, fundamentally. Now, they knew that when you adopt these languages, you are losing part of yourself. You are losing Ubuntu. They are embedding you even deeper into these dichotomies because each language exhibits the culture that it carries. Now, another dichotomy that I thought I should talk about today in the spirit of the dichotomies that Ngugi wa Thiong'o is introduced to us, but has also shown us even in how he was attacked when switching to an African language, but was never attacked when he was working in English, is the dichotomy of a gendered God. It is so hard to be an African in the spirit of dichotomies because I don't know in your cultures, but I've been to 49 African countries. Sorry, to 39 African countries. And I know I have asked all Africans I meet and I have found the same answer. Because we don't have gender grammar, for us, the name of pre-colonial name of God is Umvelingani in Zulu. Swati people say Mvelingandi. Xhosa people say Kamata. Sotho people say, I'll remember the name. But for Shona people is Moari. You know, we have different names. There are people to whom is Nyama somewhere in these African countries. If you ask all Africans, what was the gender of your God? They say, how can you ask me that? We don't know. We never carved them. There was no book that codified what they are. We never saw them. We never took photos of them. As a matter of fact, when they came to colonize us, they ridiculed us and called them the absent God, precisely for that reason. Now, if we didn't do all these things, how did we come off now saying they were male gods? It is religion. It's the dichotomies. And because in religion it is like that, and it's a dichotomy because for us it's not like that. It then says patriarchy has never been African. But you know, women who are tuned in here, we are living patriarchy today. And of the on earth, the Mongol, Asia, Caucasus, that's white, Negroid race, that's us, he has been packed with us. If you go to Google now and you say patriarchal race, they'll tell you how. Because we never had a gendered, we even call them original God. And then secondly, after the originate are the deities who exhibited both genders. Some of them were even cross-dressers. You know, some of them were men masquerading as women. Some of them had fleeting genders. Moari of the Shona, the god of the Shona, or originator is the right word. If they go to Moari and they want to go to war, they say, oh, the breasted one, the masculine one. They say Moari if they want peace and they're praying for softer things and for love, they say, oh, the breasted Moari, shifting gender. So how do we become patriarchal? The dichotomies that Ngugi pointing us to. And after the deities for us is the living dead, the ancestors, whom we know also exhibit both genders. Now, I come to the word auntie. See, we don't have gender grammar. We have a fleeting gender. That's why, and again, I want you to flash back on your original language as you're sitting here listening to me. See, all the maternal males or all the males on your mother's side are they are mothered. They are gendered as women. Because for us, it's malume. You know, for Sotho people, in fact, in South Africa, in all the 9 languages, it's malume. They're all mothers. But all the women on your father's side are called fathers because they're from your father's side. For us, it's babegazi or rachadi or tebao, which is really a, the other one is a male man. It shows you gender for us was not cast in stone, therefore we could not have been patriarchal. It is religion that orders gender. Spirituality could not have ordered patriarchal relations. How women, they were called procreators with the originator because they could give birth, which is why we are the ones who were asked to be in agriculture, because it was believed if we touch the ground, we shall imbue our fertility onto the ground. But if men touch the ground, it shall go barren because they don't have. Now, the dichotomy in which we live today have traces of this gender equity, but you also live within a patriarchal, the battlefield that Ngugi is leading us to. Now, see, even the culture, I like this, before I step off this topic, of the males on your father's side or the men on your mother's side. You know, our culture was based on those two. There were specific roles that were performed by your mamngane or mamkulu, which is small mother or big mother, depending how old they are to your mother, whether they are younger or older. And I'm sure you can relate here. And then there was a role specifically performed by Rachadi or Babekazi, that is the female or the sister of your father. So now you see that the equity was there. It was not left to the father or the mother. It was not left to the uncles as we have adopted it from the Western world. In fact, even the word uncle does not exist, because for us it is small father or big father, depending how old they are to your father. Can you see the gender equity in action? But can you see how patriarchal we are? The dichotomies that Ngugi wa Thiong'o is pointing us to. Now, I want to come to the current dichotomies to show you that they have not left. That's why for me, what we are opening at Eldoret is as important as dear as water is to a camel in the desert. Because we will not decolonize unless we start telling our stories. We shall not decolonize unless we start teaching it ourselves the way we understand it. You see, they didn't understand us. They made us say people are uncles and aunties. Don't know our languages are richer than that, because theirs are that shallow. They invented a word, again, I know you will interact with this. They invented a word in English called the witch doctor. Now, I don't know Africans who are here if you speak, and that's why it's important. You can speak English like me and be fluent. Please be able to speak an African language fluently too, because if you don't, we are losing out on the spirituality and the culture. See, there is no witch doctor in our African languages, because for us, a witch umthakathi in Sotho ke moloi, and then a doctor inyanga or ngaka. Now, there is no ngaka mloi or mthakathi nyanga, and I'm sure you know it in your languages too. But that's another dichotomy they gave us. They did it so that you rubbish anything that has to do with African spirituality or your culture. You see it as demonic. Another dichotomy we live through is that when you honor your ancestors, they are called demonic. It is called senseless, mythical. But they honor their ancestors all the time. I mean, even the Christian prayer is based on honoring ancestors. It's the God of Abraham, of Isaac, of Jacob. When you call that, you are okay, you know. But when you start calling it from your human perspective as an African, it is demonic. Another dichotomy. Let's come to the current dichotomies, which bother me. I'm sitting in a meeting currently of over 20 African countries, I think, in Cape Town, called the Alternative Mining Indaba. 19 miners have died in South Africa, artisanal miners, and we have been giving a moment of silence to these miners from day one, and they deserve it. But here's my qualm. People are dying in DRC. We never even for a minute, you know, stood up and said for the people of DRC. It's a dichotomy. Why? Because national television in South Africa itself is telling us about the miners, is telling us about the lives in DRC. It's a dichotomy. And it's not like we all do not know what's happening in DRC. Look at how the world is covering the death of Ukrainians versus the death of Congolese. If people who've tuned in here, do me a favor. Go look for a United Nations report called the UN Mapping Report on Eastern DRC. And see that Rwanda was indicted already in that report for atrocities in Eastern DRC. Some of us have started talking about this when it was not fashionable, and we've been cancelled. I mean, I'll never go to Rwanda. I know I cannot enter Rwanda. But I stand for the truth, not for friendship and not for travel. Now, we don't cover the death of Congolese. We don't care about what's happening in Eastern DRC, but we care about Ukraine. Our leaders got on a plane and they all, including my president, went to Ukraine to negotiate with Russia to stop killing Ukrainians. I don't know what to say. Case closed. We can wrap up this and go home, my sister Odelia. Because we had not gotten on the plane and gone to Rwanda to speak to Kagame and say, what are you doing in Eastern DRC? Or to bring him and President Tshisekedi into one room and say, the dying women and children in Eastern DRC. It's been going on for how long? Look at how we cover the war in Mozambique, in Sudan, in Central African Republic. Those deaths are hardly covered. Look at the hype on Palestine. And please hear me. I've lived under occupation, under apartheid. I grew up under apartheid. That's why I'm a freedom fighter. I'm a guerrilla, was in the bush. I'm even wearing a Palestinian earring right now. I support Palestine, but why are Palestinian deaths more important than the deaths of Africans right at our doorstep? We have taken Israel to court for what they're doing in Palestine. We have not taken anybody to court for what's happening in the Congo. I mean, honestly, dichotomy. Look at how we demonize Russia for Ukraine, but look at how we do not demonize Israel for Palestine. Now, another dichotomy. Let's look at the topic called reparations. You know, the first conference ever, which on its own is a dichotomy, the first conference ever held on racism was in 2001 in Durban. After racism has been a philosophy for so long, we even had an era called scientific racism, where racism was scientificized, where Europeans truly believe that Africans are slow thinkers because our brains are boiling and bubbling under the mighty sun of Africa, where they believe that if we washed enough, the melanin would wash off. We are dark because we are dirty. Scientific racism. For so long, the first conference ever, 2001, in Durban. Even then, the USA and Israel walked out of that conference. Why? When the subject of reparations came out for slavery and for colonialism. When Zionism was equated to racism, they walked out. Now, in the end, the conference said, oh yeah, the crimes against, for it to pass, because it was a UN conference, oh yeah, the crime of slavery and colonialism was a crime against humanity, but it had not been adopted, so we can't apply it to what was happening there because that was not law. Guess what? The crime against humanity as a law was adopted after 1945 during the Nuremberg trials. But Germany, they found a way to make sure they prosecute Germany under that law. It also did not exist before, but Germany has been prosecuted under that law, and they are paying trillions to Israel. Sorry, millions to Israel every year for reparations. That same Germany is not paying the same amount of money to the Herero people, where they exterminated 80% of the population, and the Nama people of Namibia still, where they exterminated 20% of the population. The dichotomies which we live as Africans. That's why I love Ngugi wa Thiong'o. I think for me, another dichotomy that I want to focus on is how in Africa, when you say I'm studying English, and I'm glad I'm speaking at a university, I'm doing BA English. In essence, you mean I am doing BA United Kingdom literature. Because in BA English, you will do 99.9% English, Irish, Scottish writers. You will not do Tsitsi Dangaremba, you will not do Ngugi wa Thiong'o, will not do Chinua Achebe, you will not do all the African authors, because even if they wrote in English, they are not classified as English writers. I think that's why, for me, that's why I like why Ngugi wa Thiong'o actually decided I will just write in my language. This will be the language that I enrich. It's a dichotomy, because imagine doing BA English in Africa. I am watching my nephews and nieces. And then if it's a 4-year course, for 6 months, they say you are specializing. It's like they are breaking off. It's like it's a detour from the main frame. It's like a little detour in African literature. This is Africa. How can you detour on African literature? Another dichotomy. So I think for me, honestly, all of this, from what the 2 quotations of Ngugi wa Thiong'o and the one that Stephen Bantu Biko has given us, the greatest weapon in the hands of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed, is what exactly makes me appreciate everybody who has tuned in, and appreciate Eldoret University for even daring to open this institute to focus on Africanism. And I can tell you from what is happening, before I get there, let's talk about another dichotomy so that you can understand why I want to conclude by what we need to do at Eldoret. See, there's another form of colonialism, which is a silent dichotomy. Well, it makes noise to some of us who are involved in it, but for most people who are not, it's silent. It's called the dichotomy between African government corruption and corporate crimes of multinational companies. Now, there's something called tax evasion. Now, tax evasion takes place in the form of price misinvoicing, profit shifting, price collusion, price misinvoicing, and a study was conducted again, like the Conference on Racism, only 2001, after centuries. This has been going on in Africa for centuries, but the first time it was ever quantified is not that long ago. It was in 2015 through a report that was chaired by former President Thabo Mbeki, commissioned by United Nations Economic Commission on Africa. It's called the High Level Panel on Illicit Financial Flows. So it's called Illicit Financial Flows. It has quantified that between 1980 and 2010, 30 years, we lost an estimate of $1.5 trillion. That's Sub-Sahara alone. We are not counting North Africa. I don't subscribe to the term Sub-Sahara. This whole of Africa is ours. But just because that's how the report did it, it's Sub-Sahara alone. $1.5 trillion. Now, I don't know. I want you to close your eyes where you are sitting and tell me if you can imagine $1.5 trillion. Remember, translated to our currencies. I have said to myself, it's money that if it was a carpet, you can spread from Egypt all the way, from Cape all the way to Cairo, and from Nigeria all the way to Namibia, and from Morocco all the way to Madagascar. That is how much money that is. Now, here's the dichotomy. Only 5% of that money in that 30 years, 1980 to 2010, was direct African government corruption. 30% was criminal. 65% is corporate crimes. The things I've just told: tax evasion, price misinvoicing, profit shifting, price collusion. It's another form of colonization. In fact, this is the backbone of neocolonialism. Now, but where's the dichotomy? Whenever we say Africa is not developing, who do we target? African governments. See, it's easy because we can see them. We can't see the invisible 65% corporate. They've given us the governments, which is why I said it's a dichotomy between independence and freedom. We are independent because we can elect them and we can put them there. Which power do they really have? The power is still with the 65%. That's why they can commit the crimes that they are committing. But our wrath is on the government. So it's another dichotomy. Now, because of that, we have been working in the CSO space, those of us who are in the tax evasion and illicit financial flow space. We have been fighting to take the power to define tax laws because they are global, not in the OECD, the Organization for Economic Development and Cooperation. I think it's European, or from the G20, because those are side organizations. Even if some of us are there, like South Africa is there, but you are not representing Africa, and also your voice is not really heard because it's a club of Europe, of Western Europe primarily. So we've been fighting that, take this to the United Nations General Assembly, where everybody is represented, so that we as Africa can come together and say these tax laws are encouraging tax evasion and tax avoidance, and it's making us lose revenue that we really need for development. It's been a fight until 2022 November, when finally it was agreed that it will be taken to the UN, and it is the UN that will, not Security Council, General Assembly, that will come with the modalities of how to implement this. I'm telling you this because the United States walked away. Day before yesterday, I think, they walked out of that meeting because they argued that it cannot be one man, one vote, because they are powerful. They cannot have the same vote with Lesotho or Eswatini or Burundi or smaller African. They want to come as a bully. They walked away. And that's why they've withdrawn funding. I mean, we know US aid has shut down. So I'm telling you all this, my dear brothers and sisters, as we begin this journey in Eldoret, to say we are going to struggle for funding. So we should already think how we are going to attract funding. We must think creatively as Africans. We will also be cancelled. They cancel you because these things that we talk about are not, you cannot talk about these things because we are beginning to liberation. They want you to continue talking independence. When you talk independence, when you talk African government corruption, You talk independence when you say Africa is not developing because of tribalism. We are talking independence when you say Africans are lazy. You are talking independence when you say Africans are divided. That's why we are getting nowhere. We are talking independence when you say, oh, but even if we owned our minerals, we don't have the heavy industry or the means, to develop them. So it's okay for us to continue being suppliers of raw material and importers of the finished product, the dichotomies. When you speak what I've just said, we are talking independence. They're happy with you. Once you do what we want to do, dear University of Eldoret, and you want to speak liberation, you will lack funding, you will be cancelled, you will be labeled, you will be ostracized. So we should hear ourselves. In Zulu, they say, "Ubhingele phezulu," which means put your skirts, draw your skirts up and be ready for this fight, because it is going to be war. What we are involved in here is a war. It is a battle for the mind. What Steve Biko said, we are trying to get that mind of the oppressed away from the oppressor's hand. We are trying to do what Neanda Nyagasigana did to make sure that we liberate our people spiritually. Because once you teach Africans about who they are, it is spiritual, you are liberating them. The fight we are involved in here is the fight of Njingambande, the queen of Matamba and Ndongo, who died at 85, who spent 70 years of those years fighting against Portuguese slavery and colonialism. She was 15 when she had to draw her skirts up and get into the fight because her kingdom Ndongo was being overrun. In fact, when she took the helm and she fought the Portuguese, they were totally annihilated. She lost her sister, she lost her brother. She started a new kingdom of Matamba. That's why we say Ndongo in Matamba, with nothing but a handful of men running in the forest because the Portuguese had occupied Matamba. What she did was she would raid the Portuguese garrisons of slaves, because they used to capture slaves in the inside land, and then they would walk them on corridors to Luanda, which was the port to be shipped out. She would attack them and she would free those slaves, and with those slaves, Njingambande built a new kingdom of Matamba. I'm telling you this because I'm saying we are raised for a time as this. If they could do it with nothing, we can do it with, now we have social media, we can connect each other. You are listening to me, I'm not even there. You are listening to me, I'm sitting in Cape Town. You have not even met me. I haven't even met most of you. I haven't met my sister Odelia, who actually made sure that I know about this and I become part of it. If we have all these resources at our disposal, unity cannot defeat us. We are made for a time as this. If Njingambande did it, survived, used Catholicism for the survival of her people and for the good of her people, we can do the same today. It's going to require all of us. So you can't be in this program in Eldoret because it's a job. I'm trying to say so. You can only do this if it is from calling, because it will be tough. There could be times where Eldoret says, we want you to come and teach, but the budget is tight. What are you going to say? You're going to say, I can't teach these students because nobody's going to pay me. I am saying these things up front. They are not palatable. They are not nice. They pain all of us because we live in a capitalist world, but I'm saying them because I did say it's a dichotomy between the capitalist world in which we live and the world of Ubuntu in which we live. So this work that we are embarking on is calling on Ubuntu from all of us, because if we do not do so, we shall be defeated. Because even if you look at all the NGOs that are functioning in this continent, having been in the NGO space since I stopped being an MP of EFF in 2015, leave Parliament and come back into the NGO space as a fully fledged adult, mature, because I now, when I deal with NGOs, I begin to ask who's funding you. And I have realized that even now, the major part of our funding still comes from your Rockefeller. It comes from the people who do not like, I'm trying to think of the other names, I don't know, they are eluding me now, but it is people who want us to stay at independence and not at liberation. So once we start dealing with liberation stuff, it is going to be tough for those people to fund us. So we need to turn inwardly, like African spirituality is telling us that the answers are within us. We would have to turn inwardly to find the resources that we require. We will have to rely on each other to strengthen one another, because the money in this continent is still from that 1% that engineered the slave trade, that engineered colonialism, that is keeping up neocolonialism right now through such things as illicit financial flows and tax evasion. So I am hoping that I did not bore you, that I didn't scare you. I am hoping that I have tried. It is big shoes. There was no way I would have walked in the shoes of Ngugi wa Thiong'o. He is a great son of this continent. The calling upon his life is so huge. So there was no way I would walk in his shoes. I merely just walked in his footsteps to say, even if he's not here, let his voice be heard. I thank you, and it was such an honor to be able to speak and address all of you. And I pray in our African spirituality that we all find answers for ourselves inside in this dichotomous world in which we live. May we find the answer of Ubuntu, because it is within us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Let us applaud her again. Thank you so much, Shabalala. We've heard about the dichotomy and the rallying call that we lift our dresses. I don't know what the men will lift, but we understand what you mean. And that we'll have to turn inwards to develop what we want to do, because others will not accompany us. I think that's a good message, and thank you very much. I hope you'll hold on before you walk to your conference, so that you hear a few comments here and there. And even the others who have already talked to us, we want to open up the floor just for 10, 15 minutes. If there are comments, questions, maybe we hear them. Comments, questions? Anyone who is conflicted?
May I ask the question? Factually, I'm Dr. Jacob.
Yes, Jacob.
I would like to ask the question.
Lololea, yes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Having listened to our presenters who are talking to us, some are abroad, already running African institutes, well, in Europe, in America, in wherever. I don't know what is really in mind that is prompting our African scholars who are already benefiting from the Western knowledge, everything in ideas are there, but gone as forming the so-called African Institute. What is really the force behind it? Is it a feeling of oppression somewhere to some extent, or there is something that we are trying to download for ourselves that is ours? Now coming back home here, I would like just to ask the question, like, what is a curriculum model for our institute here, which is born here in the University of Eldoret, Institute of African Institute of Professional Studies and Development Studies? What are the challenges this institution will likely to experience in terms of this in research energy, in thinking about African transcendence in knowledge and so forth? One part of it is I heard from Dr. Shabalala was saying the funding is one of the challenge, and they are also again benefiting from funding from overseas and well-wishers who are there to ensure that we are independent, but still they are not seeing independence in us. What can be our model if we are looking at that independence of ourselves in knowledge, in everything we do, going into what exactly we need to research on, indigenous knowledge of us that we have that was rich, that we want to bring it into academia. What are our model? What model do we really think that is likely to be ours in our studies in terms of a curriculum we need for ourselves? Thank you, Chair, for listening, for giving me the opportunity to ask this question.
Thank you, Jacob. I hope that our presenters have heard that and will contribute. Anyone else? Yes, Don?
Yeah, I would like to thank the last speaker for a very insightful talk. Now, one thing that I'm wondering, because you're saying that there's this dichotomy and we want to decolonize our minds and ourselves from what has been put on us since time immemorial. Now, if African governments, for example, are not interested in, I don't know whether they're interested or they're not, in what you are trying to advance. Because if we are to look internally, then we have to depend probably on African governments for funding. But how far have you gone in interesting our governments in this whole idea of, decolonization and trying to advance what is African in all spheres of academia, science, etc.? How are you interesting African governments in this? Thank you.
Thank you. There was another hand up, yes? Behind there. Remember the difference between independence and liberation? I'm hearing that today. I thought they were the same. Yes?
Naam, asante sana Profesa. Naomba kuzungumza Kiswahili kwa sababu ya kuwa Mwafrika.
Endelea.
Asante. Mwanzo nataka nishukuru chuo kikuu ama usimamizi wa chuo kikuu kwa kupendekeza tuanze taasisi hii ambayo inashughulikia sana taifa la Afrika, masomo ya kitaalamu na maendeleo. Kwa hivyo swali langu ni kuwa kwa usimamizi wa chuo hiki, mimi mwenyewe hapa nikisimama hapa, mimi ni mwanafunzi, nilishafuzu shahada ama degree. Niko hapa kwa sababu ya nilikuwa nangojea kuanzisha masomo yangu ya uzamini katika lugha ya Kiswahili. Nimefurahia sana kwa sababu tunaanzisha taasisi ambayo inazungumzia maendeleo na kitaalamu kitaalamu kwa Waafrika. Kwa hivyo nataka niulize usimamizi wa chuo chetu kuwa ni mikakati ipi ambayo inaweza tufaidi sisi ambao tunataka tusome uzamili. Mikakati gani ambayo chuo kinayo ambayo kinaweza kutusaidia ili kuendeleza masomo yetu katika taasisi. Asante.
Thank you very much. I think those are 3 questions. 2 can be answered by our presenters from abroad. The last one was basically directed to our VC, and maybe Otieno, both of them can answer that. So, who is helping us? Diaspora brothers and sisters.
Yes, I think I can just say something about the very fact that we got a lot of centers for Africa that are also being established outside Africa. And I want to give the example of the center where I'm working, the Institute for Africa. I think one of the things that drives us is the ability and the capacity to bring Africa to the center of the world. And so what we've been doing in the past few years is to also showcase very innovative research that we've been doing in Africa, most of it in Uganda and also in Kenya, and trying also to show to others and also to through collaborations with others those particular methodologies and innovations that have really worked. So we've tried also to avoid siloing, putting what is happening in Africa in silos, but showing it to the world that indeed we can be able to engage. And I think we all barely witness that there's something good with presence, just the presence of us in the center of Europe, either in the Netherlands or in the UK, does make a statement that is something that is different, that is working in Africa. So I think the issues with this are very important. The problem would be if we just silo it and make it look like it is something, an institute that is only working on Africa. And the other one on resources and how do we share these particular innovations, within the context of limited funding and all that. I want to give an example of one of the research that we did on indigenous knowledge. And we were going with the motto that we can indeed ask for the resources that we need rather than just working with the resources that we are given, So what we did explain to the donor that we need to implement this kind of an innovation by working with these several generations of caregivers. It wasn't easy, it took time, it took a lot of convincing, but I think also as Africa, we must also reach that point whereby we also stand by what we think is able to work. If we have to engage this in unequal power relations in terms of resources, then we have to position what we are giving to the world as important. I think that one example worked. I think in all the programs that also Professor Ouma has also implemented, it also took that position, showing what we need, showing what we can be able to give to the world, and showing that this really comes from the lived needs, articulated needs of the people that we are working with. It is not easy, but those conversations are starting to bear some measure of fruits.
Thank you. Anyone else in the diaspora?
Yeah, I can also answer while I'm here, before I run off. The one on curriculum, I think it was asked what is the curriculum or what should be the curriculum. I have a saying that when Europe colonized Africa, they colonized epistemology, and I'm glad I'm talking to a university audience. I don't have to explain epistemology in depth as when I talk to the youth in the village. But just in short, we all know epistemology is not knowledge, but it is what you classify as knowledge, how you gather knowledge. Now, if how you gather knowledge and what you classify as knowledge, its own is colonized, that's like wearing spectacles from an optician that help you to colonize yourself. So for me, I think the center of that curriculum is to liberate African history, African culture, African indigenous systems from Western epistemology. Now, I don't know if Africans truly, I ask this also whenever I run workshops, I do this as a game. How many people, I'm not saying studied or read, just peep. How many people have peeped into Africa before 639 AD? AD is Anno Domini, it's the era in which we live. Because that's when the Arabs descended on Africa in 639. So if you go 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, it means it is about 14, 15 centuries ago. Now, who has looked at Africa before 639? But more so, who's looked at Africa, what is called BCE by those who are not Christians, before the Common Era, or BC by those who are Christians before Christ? Have you ever dared to look at Africa then? Because there were social systems in Africa. I'm not sure if people realize there was a health system, there was an infrastructure system, there was a education system, there was a farming system or agriculture system, there was an economic system. There were systems here. And the political systems were also not the same. I'm not sure if we are cognizant of these things, like at the forefront of our minds, not at the back. That when you say the Yoruba, it was a different political system from the Zulu system. The Igbo people of Nigeria, which is why they even fought the Biafra war to secede. The Igbo people never had a stratified system. They never had a centralized system of leadership. They had a very decentralized system of leadership where every household was represented in the say of the country. They ran such an equitable a system. So there are systems which we can look at, Africans, and put pen to paper and teach. There's so much that we can learn from. Europe did not build itself from systems they learned from a pie in the sky. They've taken so much of their systems from the Greek and the Roman Empire, who are their predecessors. Why aren't we allowed to do the same? Or why are we not allowing ourselves to do the same, actually? Why are we running with systems that are colonial? That is why some of us are even saying Pan-Africanism is okay, but Pan-Africanism, it goes and goes and comes to a point where it comes to an end, because Pan-Africanism itself was a reaction to colonialism. Pan-Africanism did not ask what was Africa before Africa was Africa. Pan-Africanism was a speedy response to the colonialism that was breaking our backs and our shoulders.
Anawaongelesha tu nyinyi.
think because of time, we will stop the questions there. We'll have an opportunity of organizing conference here by this institute as soon as possible. Then we can call all of us to listen to the various issues that come up. I think I want us to go to the last part of the activity, where we call up the VC to come and say a few words. Maybe also answer the question that was put to him, if he wants. And then we proceed with the launch.
So can I answer the question? Yes. Thank you for the question. It's a very hard question because there is something I didn't talk about in the dichotomies called cognitive dissonance. Now I'm talking to educated people. I'm sure you know what cognitive dissonance is. It's a dichotomy in the mind of an African. We have been lied to so much, Africans, that the truth makes you either angry, repulsive, you shut down, or you get on a defense mechanism. So you're asking me a very hard question. It is very hard to prescribe to Africans for a person like me who's gone beyond Pan-Africanism and become Afrocentric, because it sounds like you're prescribing, but I also know that this is a journey, and it's a journey at points in time where you become very angry, because sometimes it's like everything I ever believed in was a lie. So I think, not to be too hard and harsh on people, I would say center yourself as an African. Can you start there? Center yourself as an African. Do want to know the story of your people. When I found out the story about Zulu people who've become so macho and patriarchal, and then I dug and I found out, wow, actually the progenitors of the Zulu nation are 3 women, you know. Now, from knowing that, it forced me to say, okay, but how did they become like this? So it helps you to unearth history, and for you to understand better, you're centering yourself. The second thing I would urge us to do is to get back to loving the land, women. The day when they moved us from agriculture run by women to the cash crop and put the men in front, Africa became barren. I hope you're aware that the desert is encroaching on Africa by day. The land of milk, honey, and rain is becoming a desert because we've removed the womb from the land. So can we encourage and train more women to get back into agriculture? In the spirit of centering ourselves also, can we foster cooperations and collaborations, people? You know, I love Steve Biko because he was a medical doctor who elected not to go and work as a doctor and get paid in those times in the 70s when doctors were getting paid very well because it was a scarce career in South Africa. He went back to his rural town instead and opened a cooperative and a community clinic. A medical doctor was teaching people how to plant, how to farm, how to eat healthy, how to plant herbs. That's why whenever I say long live the spirit of Steve Biko, I say his self-reliant spirit. He asked us to be self-reliant. So for me, the way to go is self-reliance. Can we start growing our own food and not rely on buying all the time? Can we think about the little things we can do, not to be consumers in that area? Because neoliberalism has reduced us all to consumers and not producers. That's why we call neoliberalism economic and cultural colonization. But in little areas, can you start detaching from the matrix and liberating yourself? Small Nigerians say, you know, I mean, how are you buying tomatoes? Something you can do in a pot plant and grow them. Small, can we detach from the matrix and center ourselves and go back to how we live? I don't take Panado. You know, people don't believe me. The last time I took Western medication, I think it's about 10 years ago now. I am turning 63 in August. I have no disease at all. But I don't eat what's put in front of me. I try and eat what is not put in front of me because I know what you are given, especially in hotels and restaurants, is the undesirable. So I eat what I know is healthy. So it's small things, detach. Can we not fall into the trap of the matrix? We call it a matrix. So how did your people live? Look at how, and what are we teaching our children? That's another thing we need to be doing. That's the direction. So, you know, for me, I go back truly to what Steve Biko said. Ask yourself a question. Is your mind in you, or is your mind in the hand of the oppressor? Whether historically, health-wise, sociologically, psychologically, spiritually or religiously, or so start liberating yourself. Try and center yourself as an African. And can we love one another? Bantu. Can we love one another? Yo,
Thank
I
you.
hate these borders. I hate them with a passion because we never had them. And these borders are tied to an economic system. Also, just one last thing. I know you guys all want to leave. I'm taking too much of your time.
Yeah.
These borders foster Lusophone, that is former Portuguese colonies. They interact with each other because of that language. Francophone, they stick together because they understand each other. Anglophone, when you sit in meetings like the one I'm sitting in right now, where there's about 20 African countries, you can see even in lunch, the French-speaking sit together, the Portuguese-speaking together. It's a language issue that was given to us to divide us. It's linked to the borders. Can we crack the borders? And lastly, I cannot overemphasize this. Please take this message with me. Tell it to the goats and the cows, even if you can. Can we fight for the adoption of Swahili as a language for all grade ones from Cape to Cairo, Morocco to Madagascar? Whether next year or the year after, can we do that? Because in 12 years, we shall have started the journey to Center Africa. We shall produce the first breed of Africans who can speak with each other, Cape to Cairo, Morocco to Madagascar, in an African language. Tanzanians have done us a favor. They've made it scientific. We shall be able. I was speaking on, in this conference, they gave me a topic of green energy. What is it called? This climate action, because we need to transform, you know, to green energy. And they were saying for who? So I'm saying, who speaks Shona in this room? And they stand up and I ask them, can you tell me what is green energy in Shona? Just transition, yes, the term I'm looking for. I said, can you tell me what is just transition in Shona? She couldn't. Can you tell me what is just transition in Zulu? She couldn't. So if even our concepts and conceptual understanding of the processes we are going through are coined in a language we do not speak, how then are we going to make them to be understandable in the village and for people to own them? For me, the question you asked me, my sister, of everything I've told you, central of it is language. Language. And this is even in honor of Ngugi wa Thiong'o, who stopped writing in English. Language. Can we all fight for Swahili? Please. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We want to stop there. We want to thank all our guests, all our speakers. We are very grateful that you found time to be with us and take all the time that we've taken. We pray and hope that as we start this institute, we are going to have an opportunity to call you here in Eldoret to share with us those great ideas, even as we start off. Otherwise, we would want to end there and proceed with a small part of this activity where we are going to launch this institute. So I call, I call the management and Cynthia to come over and execute the short activity that we have of launching this institute. Otieno, why are you sitting down? Come, please. This is gonna be symbolic that we are starting a new thing, a great activity.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for staying with us until this moment. And now, this is the climax of the evening, where now we're going to launch our institute, our new baby in University of Eldoret. And this is how we're going to do it. I will hand over our books to the acting institute director, who will now hand over the instruments. Actually, these are the instruments of the institute. The instruments of the establishment of the institute. He will hand them over to the Deputy Vice Chancellor Asa, because now the institute will be an academic affair. And he will now hand over to the Vice Chancellor as the titular person in the university, hand over a copy to the Deputy Vice Chancellor PRE, and our Registrar Administration, acting on behalf of the Deputy Vice Chancellor AF, to show the different divisions have received it, which will then be cascaded down to the rest of the university. Karibuni.
That is the acting director of the institute, who is going to establish the institute, Dr. Tieno. He hands over to DVC, Academic and Student Affairs, who hands it over to the Vice Chancellor of the University of Eldoret, the one whose vision is being executed here and now. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now the VC can share the instruments with the other university management divisions, DVC Pre, DVC AF, and DVC ASA. And now they can lift them up, and you take a beautiful photo of them so that we can commemorate this day. The way we are Africans, I thought we are going to ululate. Yes, this should be very African, because that's what we are aspiring to do and have. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You can take your seats. I think
just a vote of thanks. First of all, we want to thank all of you for being here up to this time. We don't take it for granted, because this is a great day for the University of Eldoret. Allow me, for the sake of time, to be very quick. First of all, to thank our leader, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Thomas Cheriot, who is the vision bearer of this institute and the activities that are going on right now. At the University of Eldoret, there's a revolutionization of our academic and research activities. And we want to thank God, because this came from the Vice Chancellor, who had this vision. And we are seeing unique things about the university. We have been asked in several forums before, what is unique about the University of Eldoret? And I think this evening, all of us have already seen at least one more thing that is very unique about our university as we go ahead. So thank you so much, our Vice Chancellor. Secondly, allow me to thank our dear brother, Dr. Antonio Tieno. Dr. Tieno, I think you've done a great job. It's a wonderful job, and a lot of research already done to where we are going as concerns this institution that we are establishing, that we have launched this evening. It has been a wonderful work, and we want to thank you for your foresight your resilience, and also your skills in trying to get information. It's not easy to come to a new institution and be able to reach out to everybody and come up with a document that is acceptable to everybody. Congratulations. We also want to thank our guests that we invited, Professor To, for all the insights they gave us, Professor Bruce, Dr. Rahab, our dear sister Odilia, our own Professor Kinywa, Professor Uma Okwany, Dr. Elizabeth Ngutuku, and last but not least, our speaker, keynote speaker, who represented Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o. Dr. Shabalala has done it excellently well, and at the end of it, we have not lost anything much because she's represented everything that Professor Ngugi would have articulated. And we want to thank all these key speakers and their also acceptance to work with us to bring up this very indigenous and very new knowledge. I mean, the contemporary, I think Coutinho tells me indigenous is not a right language, but we are learning. so very revolutionized thinking so that we can be able to bring our research. Actually, this institute is bringing a new thing. We just have the youngest school is the School of Arts. And we want to see how can we bring arts and make sure that the arts and the science are talking together to solve the problems of the community within Africa. And it's wonderful that to this evening we have been treated to that kind of information. And let us all work together to make sure that we achieve this for the benefit of our institution, the University of Eldoret, and also for the benefit of Africa. Last but not least, allow me to also thank our Master of Ceremony. Thank you so much, Professor Chudo, for being resilient from the beginning up to now, and even weathering it when there was darkness. It's good because I know you come from a rural area where there is no electricity, so you were able to, to work even when the electricity was not there. Participants, really, if you are not there, it would not have been successful. We want to thank you, the physical participants. We want to thank also our participants who are there online, those also who are there through the watching us through the YouTube. I think though you thought we were very few here, but there was a big number of participants who are online, and also those who are on YouTube. We will not forget our dear students who entertained us here with a very nice piece. Ladies and gentlemen, these young men and women, we just gave them this opportunity. I mean, we just told them this thing about 2 days ago. And you saw, if at all you are hearing the speeches and you are hearing what they were presenting here, you can see that within a very short time of 2 days, they presented a very wonderful thing. And we just want to thank them. Can you please clap for them? And now let me say last but not least, or some of us who preach, if you don't say last but not least 3 times, then you're not a good preacher. So allow me to say the last and not least, we just want to thank the planning committee who planned for this. Those who are there, if at all you are there, just stand up, those who are in the planning committee, so that they can see you, Professor Netondo, Professor Uchudo, all those people who are in the planning. Yeah, and those who are some at the back, you may not see them, but we want to thank them. It was a very short time. And of course, Dr. Tieno, you are part of us. Yes. Yeah. So please, can you clap for these people also? Thank you very much. Now with that, we want to thank you, and we want to say, please welcome again if we organize another thing about this. But the institution must run. And it's only going to be running because of you, because our vision bearer, the VC, has brought it up. Now let us catch the fire and move along with the fire so that we can be unique in this area. with those many remarks, thank you so much. Master of Ceremony, please.
Can we clap for all of us for our resilience? Then I ask Prof. Donald Otieno to come and give a word of prayer to close for us.
Okay, I think we can rise up and pray. Our Heavenly Father, we are grateful to you this evening, Lord, for all that has taken place since this event started, sometimes in the afternoon. We thank you for guiding and leading all those who are planning for it. And we thank you, Father, for all the people who have participated in one way or another. The talks that have been given here, some they're very insightful and groundbreaking. We thank you, Father, for all these things that have taken place this afternoon. And as this institute begins its work, Lord, we commit everything that's going to take place within the institute into your hands. We pray for divine favor, Lord, even in getting people on board and working out proposals and projects. We pray that all this, Father in heaven, will indeed put the University of Eldoret in the limelight, and that people will see that indeed there's a good thing that is going on in this institution. All this, Lord Almighty, it is you who has made it possible, and so we are grateful to you. We come before your holy presence with thanksgiving in our hearts, praising and glorifying your name for what you've done. And Father, now as we depart from this place, we commit each and every one of us into your hands. We pray that you guide and lead us, and even as we rest tonight, may we have a peaceful and quiet night. We thank you and we worship you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Please, let's come for a quick photograph here. Let's all just in front here, all of you. It's a memorable occasion. We need that photograph, please. Can somebody bring us those red chairs, about 5 of them, please? The youngsters, about those red chairs, about 5 of those red chairs. Fred, the red chairs, please.